you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself. You don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them. You don't prepare your own meat. You don't own your own land. You don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this, because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Fishing. Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Alright, what's up? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We about to get into it, but before we get into it, play that crazy blood and let's rock. Like the video, let's go.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rapper slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though, that mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Taharka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school, that shit through. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look, you showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty, a Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a magi archer, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh.
What's up? How y'all doing? All right, I'm just getting situated. Damn near ain't ready already, but I'm gonna play a video. Let me see. I'm gonna just play this for y'all. Don't even be mad. Just chill and absorb the knowledge. Let me see. Where'd I go? All right. Taking 50 minutes to open up. All right, here. We're going to vibe to this for a minute.
A hierarchy of race like that developed by Morton, Knott, and Glidden, and still deployed today by white supremacists, cannot be sustained if not one but two great black civilizations arose in Africa at the dawn of history. It is therefore entirely appropriate and even necessary to confront constructions of race for Nubia and Egypt in the recent past and acknowledge both civilizations as African and black.
So did you face any of that type of backlash or harsh feedback from your stance on ancient Egypt?
So yes, but interestingly, I haven't received any harsh feedback from Egyptologists. When I go around and I give talks on this subject, the Egyptologists who've been in the audience of my talks are very receptive, and they think that this is really important work and that I need to keep forging ahead with it. But I have gotten negative feedback, especially over email from Egyptians. So it's an interesting conundrum where there are some Egyptians who will tell me, I mean, these are people I don't know who are just like finding out how to contact me and send me an email and say, what you're doing is wrong. The ancient Egyptian culture was not a black culture. Modern Egyptians are not black people. What you're doing is dangerous. You need to stop saying this, which of course, I'm not going to stop saying this. And I try to explain what my work is about. And I also try to explain, you see, our perspective in America on what black is different from a lot of the rest of the world. And so I try to explain our American context of that word. But yeah, I've definitely gotten some harsh feedback.
First off, the Egyptians, of course, were African, and we have evidence from Herodotus and other sources that Africans tended to be black, that they were a range of colors that would constitute black today, and they were actually, the Greek words that are used for them is black.
Now, don't misunderstand me. I am not saying that the ancient Egyptians were not black, as we Americans perceive it. They were. The way we define black, with mixed race one drop rule, the way we define black as a positive thing, the Egyptians were black.
So you're suggesting maybe these people migrated north?
Yes, or their culture did, and really east to the Nile Valley, east and north.
East and north.
Yeah.
I see. So today in Egypt, the archaeologists often refer to, and I've been there, to connections between ancient Egyptian culture and the Sumerian culture and the Crete culture and the Persian culture. Yet when you visit Egypt, especially around Aswan in the southern part of the Nile, you see mostly black people.
Yes. Yeah. And we know from the anthropological evidence that the people just predating the dynastic civilization in the Nabta Playa region were black African people.
I can sympathize with the impulse to sort of to be very strident, to be very argumentative, to be very certain, to act very certain about the blackness of the ancient Egyptians, because for the longest time, the very longest time, there was this prevailing idea that black is Africa and Africa is less than, right? That no matter what happens, no matter how you cast it, anytime you fall on the wrong side of that dividing line between black and not black, even not between black and white, whatever's coming from that black side is going to be less than. And it took people being willing to challenge that orthodoxy, and sometimes in a very ill-informed way, right? Sometimes, it just took people coming up and going, I feel like this, and so I'm going to say it and make it right. And it turns out they actually were in some ways, right? Because now we can look at Egypt and say the ancient Egyptians are an African civilization. These are people that, by and large, we probably would have looked at and thought, oh, these are black people.
And when it comes to the 25th dynasty, a lot of people are going to commonly call them the Black Pharaohs. You see it online, there's books written titled that, so on and so forth. Do you feel like that distinction has to be made? And how I ask that is, I've noticed online, a lot of people don't seem to think that for some reason you could be black and be Egyptian. And I've always kind of disagreed with that, because I feel like even though the ancients weren't colorblind per se, I feel that you could be black and be Egyptian. Would you say that is correct?
Yes, I think so. For instance, as I told you before, this kind of, for instance, of Nubian warriors.
Obama, what are you talking about? Please, don't nobody understand. What are you talking about? Threatening scholars? Please note what you're talking about.
They were settled in Egypt. At some time, they were living a perfectly Egyptian life, and they collaborated with the Egyptians and so on. I don't know if you have in mind, for instance, it's the representation of people carrying a Colossus statue. And there are rows of people, of young people, young soldiers, something like that. And you find Nubians, Egyptians, Libyans, and so on. There was this kind of idea that the local rulers rule, in fact, over say, multicultural society, probably in which the military component was quite important. Military contingents made Nubians of people from Asia, from Libya, and so on. So I think it was perfectly normal that these people, they were black, so they married Egyptians, or inversely, Nubian women, they married Egyptians, and so on. I think there is some evidence, for instance, in the documents of the New Kingdom, of this kind of, of marriage between people from different...
Thank you for clarifying. Obama was talking about the Egyptians sending emails to the scholars. Yeah, that's something that happens.
Geographical or cultural or ethnical roots, and I think it was no problem at all. As I said before, they could reach very important positions in the kingdom. And for instance, in the late Bronze Age, it was quite normal that very high, Nubians or very high local position, they built their wonderful and excellent tombs in Egyptian style. They reached important positions in the Egyptian administration, so on. So why not when black people or people from Nubia, they became pharaohs, well, they continue to represent themselves, sometimes with their very distinctive physical characteristics. So it was, I think, no problem at all.
I've worked in prisons now for 18 years. That was my first time I'd been in a prison. And the teacher who picked me up at the stations, she said, well, you are looking at this as Africa. And I was like, well, yeah, of course I am. Mm-hmm. And she said, well, because she said that's how they, my students see it. And I said, well, how else would they see it? And I remember her looking slightly confused. And then the first sort of interaction I had with one of her students was he came in the room and he said, ancient Egypt is Africa. And I went, yeah, of course. And I think he thought I hadn't heard him properly. And he said, I said it was like African, as in black African. And I'm like, yeah, and what's your point? And I think it was only really at that after that experience that I thought, am I in some kind of bubble here or something? And so I started to actually look into the sort of background, really, the sort of, which we're starting to talk about a little bit more in terms of colonial approaches, but still not directly the racism that Egyptology is founded upon. And at that point, it was almost like a sort of light bulb moment. I thought, well, why is this still the case when we, are we still stuck, 100 years sort of previously in this kind of racist ideology? Why is nobody challenging this? Because other disciplines had. So anthropology had looked very hard at itself in terms of looking at its colonial kind of past. It just seemed that Egyptology was kind of almost stuck there and it didn't really want to talk about it. So for me, it always was African. It was a bit of a shock to me when I actually started looking a bit deeper into this and then started having conversations with people and seeing how they responded to that.
I think that the further back in history you go, the blacker the Egyptians are. And by black, I don't merely mean dark skin, but also with other Negro characteristics.
You have spent much of your life studying the history of the ancient Egyptians. Who were the ancient Egyptians? How did they look?
Voilà, les Égyptiens anciens ressemblaient à cette terre que vous voyez. Voici le premier roi de la terre.
Here you have the first king of the earth, the very first. And the Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians, looked like this man.
Cet homme a des traits, si vous voulez, plus, comme nous disons, vous m'aviez dit tout à l'heure de ne pas employer un terme, mais sur le plan scientifique, c'est un terme consacré. En tout cas, il a des traits de la race noire plus marqués que celles de presque tous ceux qui sont ici dans cette salle.
You can see that he has those traits that are associated with the black those features associated with the black race, which are even more pronounced than many of the people here. It was this man who unified the Nile Valley from Upper to Lower Egypt, and this was 3,300 years before Jesus Christ.
Je passe donc, ce que je vais dire avant de passer au suivant, c'est que vous allez le voir donc déjà d'après ses traits et les traits aussi des pharaons qui vont suivre.
You can see by his features and those of the pharaohs and kings that will follow it
que les anciens Égyptiens n'étaient pas des blancs qui seraient devenus progressivement noirs et en perdant leurs traits.
You can see that they were not people that were started as whites and became progressively more black.
Mais qu'au départ, c'était des noirs authentiques qui, à la basse époque, vont se métisser avec des blancs.
They were instead black people, an authentic black people, but which never ceased to be blacks.
Donc, attendez, je dis en un mot. Donc, vous voyez que les anciens Égyptiens étaient des noirs comme tous les autres naturels de l'Afrique, c'est tout.
You can see that the first the Egyptians were black men, like black men that you see in Africa now.
Dang. So that video is more powerful than we think. I think I need to upload it just by itself if I haven't already, so that you can share it and use it when it's useful. Primarily if you get into any type of conversation about Black history, people needs to know that this history should be included. Got them books yesterday? Word up to you. Yeah, we stay on top of them books, man. That's like, I take pride in that. Even though I have to do, I gotta do, what's it called? Media mail to make it work. But we take pride in that. I appreciate you. So we're going to talk about this, but before we talk about this, I just had a few thoughts in my mind, and I wondered, I guess I should lay them out. Because there's no argument about whether it means Black or riparian. That's not an argument. What's up with logic? You seen those 10 PhDs who said Egyptians was Black? Now, I understand the sentiment of your comment, but you should understand how correcting history works. You probably won't feel any direct effect from the correction of history. Right? But the people who, your successors will, your grandkids will, if history is corrected. They won't be born into a world where Black history started with slavery. If that's insignificant to you, I understand. But in the grander scheme of things, that is not insignificant. I can't see your comment, but if you say we're not at war, I could disagree with that on many levels. But if you're talking about some type of physical war, even with, I don't know what angle you're coming from, but I guess your comments ain't the type that should be addressed right now. So, let me just play with this. It's not, this ain't the argument. Somebody's trying to fool you to make you think this is the argument. That ain't the argument. Dang, why that don't lock on the middle? There you go. That is not the argument. Let me just do this live so we chilling. Slap a nice little line up under that. Y'all know how we can make progress live. Then you're going to be seeing this for the next however long. That ain't the argument when it comes down to, let me see, upload. Maybe we could slap this together right quick. I mean, you know, at this day and age, we got to merge in productivity and being prolific. Right with our swag. We got to be on the spot with it. Archers is on the spot with it. They'll pull it out the quiver. But just real quick, if we start dealing with this, I can send in that better. We'll talk about that later. That's not no argument there. And we'll show why. Once we duplicate that slide and take this off and put another arrow and then go like this with it. Right? You know, it be live when you're in class interactive. It might inspire you to step your game up. Like, man, he was doing that hella easy. Hold on, dog. I messed that up. There we go. Now, this is why I be laughing, because people don't be seeing stuff how I be seeing it. So, the people who forming the riparian argument got less attestations than the people who forming the black people argument. And that's funny. But cats be like, this only occurs, I don't know where I should put attestations. This only occurs this many times, right? To say that, when you see Kemet with the A1, A2, and Z2, you know, the man, seated woman, and the 3 strokes, right? But they're trying to tell you that Kemet mean riparian based on them finding Kemet with the N23 irrigated land glyph, which occurs less than Kemet with the people glyph. So I'm just going to give them an extra one, right? And they can show you more on their show and say they wrong and say that this is wrong. Or they can hit the link and say it's wrong. Now, this ain't 3 attestations for riparian, because it ain't none for that. This is N23, or its variation N36 maybe, which is both of the canal determinatives. We could go right into the word of bush, and I can show you what I've extracted if we go to, let me see. I got a folder with all that stuff in it. Right? And here we go. So hold up. Before we go in on that, we want to go in on these. Here go one. Now I don't know what they say that they say it's Cairo Ramsey, but they say from the Grobs, I don't know what Grobs is, of Minna. But then it say 6th Dynasty, but then it say Dendera block from Griffin something, and I would have to get that translated. Here go one of the attestations that we see used in publications, right? Teddy, if you got another rendition, it's hard for me to track what you're saying is not true, but I'd be willing to address it. So if you could say what's not true, if you got more renditions than 3 of this chem glyph, just point me to them. Or if you're not saying that, let me know. It's not a big deal. Right? But here go one of them. And we looked at this. And we looked at, what's the other one? Let me see. Maybe it's right here. Here's another. And if you read the text to the right, you'll notice that even the scholar who translated this, he didn't call, I'm not saying this to contradict anybody's point in particular. I'm just saying this so that we could gain understanding. He did not call Kemet here Egypt or the Black Land. He called it Kemet. Ain't that weird? Let's look at this. Tell me, is this weird or not? Because Tamari, the first thing underlined here, is translated as Egypt. So he talking about 2 different locations here, or possibly not, but divisions of the same location. And it says, when those who are in Egypt hear it, and the people who are in Kemet. I'm turning my phone down. When those who are in Egypt hear it, and those who are in Kemet. But why he didn't put the black land, or why he put Kemet. That's not an English word. So he translated everything else, and then when he got to Kemet, he just put Kemet. Then went back to South and North. Y'all ain't trip off that? Again, that's not meant to prove or disprove something. Let me see. I got their arguments. I've debated with them. The question is, why are you not going in one of SAR's text so you won't get their arguments wrong? Bruh, this is the funniest shit. How much did you just hear my chair wiggle? Did you hear it wiggle a lot? Huh? Y'all didn't hear that chair wiggle too much, did y'all? What are you talking about? I don't get it. I know their arguments and I debate them on it. So what part of the argument? So you saying if I look through this book, I got highlighted, right, the attestations that we discussing. I'm just chilling. Let me get off the screen. Did I get up and walk and go get that? It's right here on the desk. I debated them about these subjects. We dialogued about these subjects, not no real debate. And what I'm showing you should be evident. In this book, they don't got more attestations of this than I'm showing you. That I'm telling you. And in the text corpus, they don't. Now, again, I don't want to hinge on, I'm not refuting you, Teddy, but I just wanted to show you what you were saying was you supposed that I'm just making this up. Right? I just showed you the highlight section. I'll open back up the book and read it. Now I need to get my reading glasses. Now, this is what we're about to discuss right now. And this is what I'm giving you the preamble to. And this is directly from the book. In this passage, the demonym, Kemetiu, refers to the inhabitants of Athribis. All right? Not to be mistaken with the entire kingdom of Kemet, known after the 11th dynasty. Later in the Edfu Ptolemaic temple of Heru, there are references to the inhabitants of Egypt by the demonym Kemetiu. Well, this is what we're about to be getting to, talking to, and I don't want to skip and rush. But again, I know their argument. I was one of the first supporters of their book in order to try to refute the argument early. And so that's one thing you'll find. And if you got the work, turn me to the page where they got all of the renditions, besides what we're looking at. Or turn me to the page where they got more than 3 renditions of Kemet with the N23 determinative. And I still got these glasses on. God damn. No, I don't. I have not, and it's not required because this is the book called A Contribution to the Debate on the Meaning of the Place named Kemet. You feel me? So yeah, I don't know what to say to that. So on this side, it's argued that if we go into the text corpus and do the same thing, the majority of the Kemet. Maybe I can put let's see if I got the glyphs already in the Canva. This rendition, they're gonna say in the text corpus 7 times, right? Now, the ultimate reason why, even in my book, when I talk about this, that I never really spend time with the collective argument, and I could tell you whether I think Diop was right or wrong, but my research doesn't really go there too much because of what we're doing right here. Ultimately, we find this about 7 times. Look, I expanded this to show us that I got hundreds of attestations of people calling themselves Kim, Kemet, and all of these things. But I don't want any of my followers or anybody, who against us to think that that is the same as a collective term, right? Nevertheless, what we got on our side is the same thing that we find used as a collective term is the same word. So that's something that is hard to get around, right? And then context for these supporting, for the N23, do I got these on here so I can add them so we can see? Context for these glyphs, and when we look at them used in the sentence, just like the one I just showed, it's not changing. It's not changing nothing. Let me show you what I mean. And I can show us instances of how we could read this wrong. To be fair, the scholar did just put Kemet here. Just like I'm noticing, because he didn't want to say all the way what that meant. So he just put Kemet. Right? You would be hard pressed to stretch this rendition and then say, okay, that's talking about the people. Unless you know something about the N23 and this switch between N23 and about this determinative and this switch between 049 that we see occur. Right? But you can't translate this as black land because you see the N23. Because let me just show you something we don't know about it. Like when you just do this hella quick, just go to now that the new text corpus is updated, I can stop using this old one. But maybe when they add this search box, oh yeah, they got this maybe. So I'm gonna stop using this old one. But if we go to N23, and then we click search, in order for you to stand behind the theory that every time we see this determinative, it means the land, or it refers to the ground, we would have to be able to corroborate that in the dictionary. Now, this is what I'm showing. When we look up, this is the part about the text corpus that I need us to understand. When we look up a term like I just looked up a determinative, it's going to show me various ancient Egyptian words that have that determinative in it. So when I come over to here, it's going to give us the definition of that term based on the Wörterbuch. Right? You see WB. So that's what Asar and Ka was saying about, yeah, it's the Wörterbuch. But what I was trying to guide us to not to be confused about is that is not the primary function of the TLA. The primary function is showing us the text, which are defined by multiple dictionaries. When we go to some of the newer text, they use a different dictionary, which I'll be able to show us probably going down this list. But right now, this just says a place and a ruin. Now, if you stop and start thinking about a ruin, it'd be hard to call the ground a ruin. The ground might consist of ruins of stuff that was built before. You see what I mean? So ruins is the remnants of something that was once built by people, and then it got demolished. It ain't no good no more. Now we consider it ruins. But yet now, I'm about to put this in there to make sure, because somebody's going to be like, nope. I'm like, dude, we do this everything. The remains of a civilization's architecture that fallen. That's what I'm trying to say. That's not the ground. I hope we clear on that. This is like the first word we find in the N23 on when we just doing a regular little search. Now it says for this term. It is a verb in connection with boat building. See, now let's be clear. That references back to water, but it necessarily doesn't reference back to irrigated land. Notice that. It references back to boat building. But let's look at this next one, and I want y'all to figure this out the way that they tell y'all to read the glyphs. Aha here, with the N23 determinatives, means build or plaster. Now note, these definitions don't come from the word of Bush, right? It says Jones Nautic titles. And then we got Simpsons and the Papyrus Reisner or whatever. And then this one got one from the word of Bush, and the next is Gardner, the Journal of Ancient Egyptian, right? But look, to build or to plaster. If y'all was you reading the N23, y'all would think that means something about land or canals. Well, this has to be demonstrated. People got to see this. Because people will tell you other things like there's only one way you're supposed to see stuff. You know what I'm saying? And you gotta be more open-minded. I mean, even with the black people translations, we know the double entendre to the statement, and that's what only thing people want to exclude out of the black reality is the people. They'll say they had black silk, they had black cows, they venerated the black gods. But you just leave out. They wouldn't have noticed that they was black, though. They would have noticed all that other stuff. Now check this out. Notice this is a field and soil. Right? The word is ahat. And it has this determinative. So that now when you just going down a list, you're going to do statistics and start to see, okay, well, how is this most frequently used? And how, and then to say, what is this based on and that. But what you'll learn is some of the words that people are saying that Kemet mean, it's already a word there for that, and then you won't see Kemet in this list saying what they say it means. That's another thing you'll notice. So we have it on the field for field soil. Ahat Nemehu, a field. You see that? A cattle pasture or a field. Right? Now here's interesting. That's the cattle pasture or the field on the top. When you see PN, personal name, and RPN is a royal personal name. Now they're not in the word of Bush. Normally they're going to be in Herman Rank's work, which is just as authoritative as far as German Egyptology is concerned. Herman Ranke. Now, here's a building or a hall, and they're questioning it because it has the per determinative, but notice how it has the N23, which would make us think that this was fertile land. How about this next one? Red dye. Before we get to the bottom of the list, I think it's already demonstrated that whenever we see the N23, which is the one that my mouse is under right now, it looks like this, this. We can't be rigid with our interpretations. Right? And we can't say, because it's this, it means this. We have to look at what the other brothers are saying. We have to entertain what we're saying. And then we got to look at statistics. And we got to look at like frequency of use and use cases in other terms. And then we'll be able to draw some better conclusions. But if you're telling me I see red vegetable dye, I'm not convinced. This say red vegetable dye. So when I see this, if I'm supposed to be thinking the land, I messed that up. More or less, just like Plutarch was saying, you thinking about the fluid in the water, right? Now it's going to work. Let's go back up. If you consider fluid and liquid with all of these, they still work. A field, this is a pasture, a field probably with some, if you want to go interpret it hard, with irrigated land. If you want to loosen it up, it probably got some water by it. Cattle pasture or field. Now let's just keep going, because how does it apply to a building or a hall? We have to analyze that later. Nevertheless, red dye don't got nothing to do with the ground, but it is liquidy, right? I'm just saying red vegetable dye ain't necessarily water. It's vegetable dye, but it's liquid tea. Now next we see a drink. Now notice here, when it says Lesko, that's the dictionary I was thinking of later. They not even going into the old Egyptian. Not well, I'm not really attacking nobody, Ankoma. I'm simply looking over this determinative, which means irrigated land, that plenty of people try to use to say, because we see this, it connects it to the land. And even I argue with some who just try to refine my argument. And they say, okay, with irrigated land, they dug into the land in order to build a canal. And I agree with that. I'm not saying that, but the purpose of digging into that land was letting water get to new locations, right? And so I don't even think irrigated land, if I was using this just to address the riparian theory overall, I don't think irrigated land fits directly into that. Riparian land is just a natural, that's all natural. If Kemet, by the way, of this N23 meant that, look, we built canals in order to take the land into other places, take the water into other places, I think we would have to analyze whether those were the same, or do you indicate those things in the same way? You know what I'm saying? Like, I live next to hella farmland, and then you could just go to the natural place where it'll grow naturally, where they don't have to build the canals. I would think the canals, since there's indicative of a canal, is part of that. I'm not against that. But see, I'm not one who argues that these things only mean one thing, right? I just hate when people exclude the option of when we see it with the people, clearly saying it can't mean people. They find it with this determinative twice and say it means riparian. But they find it with the people and say it don't mean people. That's what I'll be like, oh man, y'all just tripping. So we just analyzing the use of the N23 right now. And the last one was for a drink. This is for a pastry. How do we consider this pastry? Well, first we see it comes from Hoke's work, and it's a Semitic word. So we probably won't even trip off of that, right? Now we got what is it? Nah, that's just an angle. A quadrangle or whatever. Well, anyway, it didn't have nothing. Oh, hold on, though. Nah, this is something to not ignore, because this, they say a quadrangle or a rectangle, a field plot, right? So not just canals, but we also see a field plot using the N23. And this information be used however you want it. It's just giving us clarity on the use of this glyph to show it's not as rigid as not as stagnant and stationary as we thought. It has some wiggle room. And so, head of the fields, that's another for fields. Superintendent of the fields, right? All right. Now, this is the administrator of the rural district. And this is really crazy because it just say MERU. Right? Head of the orders of the servants of the fields. And I'm not trying to trip off doing metal nature. We could do it. But this is a good one right here. Because this is one of the most misleading. And I tried to talk to Brother Eddie K or King J about this yesterday. Both of these, they're not both determinatives. That you can find them both used as determinatives. And most often when they're used as determinatives, they represent water, right? Check it out though. The top one would be like a pool of water, maybe. And the bottom one, just like we said, with the irrigation canals and stuff. But when you put them together, look what this represents. The head of the weaving mill. You notice that the weaving mill, nothing about water is in this definition. What it is they want us to think about the sound that this top glyph makes, M-R, mer. And to say mer, we'll get the word for weaving. So then if we know that he's the M-E-R mer, even though we don't see the M-E-R nowhere around here, it's the weaver. So I ain't gonna stay on this for too long. But we say, okay, look, head of the farmland, right? So whatever word for farmland here is using the N23 determinative. Who is in the earth? Is a reference to a snake or serpents. Now, I think if it's a reference to the snake, then you know if they say they in the earth and you see Todd with that, then it's not just talking about snakes in some irrigated area, right? Personal names, so I'm skipping through them. Here's a word for flood. It has water, then a determinative for a pool, and then it has the N23. And this is a Semitic word, so I'm gonna leave it out. So Shesmu says the reavers. I'll read Mark's comment next. He says the reavers use reeds from the water to make things in baskets of such. Yeah, that would be possibly true. And so they would possibly have to go out and collect the reeds. Just didn't come to them. So they probably had to go out and collect the reeds. And that's how they became associated with water. Here we got an agricultural tax. And I skipped one. It says a transport ship for the livestock. So because this got to do with a ship, we see the determinatives that link it to water. Right? Agricultural tax, a body of water, dogs. Then we find it on Kim, and we not here. We haven't found it here yet. But I'm saying how the process works. This is a plant. We see how that's associated with water. An animal, a beetle or a worm, may be associated with the land, right? Woven on the ship, that's fine. Who, which, this is interesting. Why would they even use this like this? So look, I'm going to show you why. When it says let's go, that's because this is late Egyptian when they start changing stuff. But they say this was woven on the ship right here. And we should keep that in mind too. Part of a whip. Somebody could explain that. But it's old, again, Semitic loan word. So why would they put that determinative there? I looked at this for long enough, and we can see it's used now. Here go for provinces. Lower Egyptian. Amaheti. Right? You see that there. You see that there. I don't know why Kemet ain't popped up yet. Look. The edge irrigated land on the edge of the desert. Right? It is called Ahad, not Kemet. But I want to see the Kemet one pop up. This is the good one. Y'all see I clicked into that. Look at the definition of this, y'all. Nile mud. Oh, River RC, where I go back? Well, I've been pointing out all of them that say water. So if you see one that say River RC, oh yeah. Okay, it's used on, yep, I did skip over those. But these, I like these. Because they support what I'm saying. Semitic words. So this yam for sea, it has the water, and then it has that. This, and I skipped this too. A mineral semi-precious stone. Right? Now that would probably confuse us. I'm not pretty sure. Oh, this is in the word bus, so it may be an old Egyptian, Middle Egyptian. What else I skipped? I went from part of a whip, and then I just started going. But yeah, river and sea. Right? Southern province, Upper Egypt, we could talk about that. But I wanted to do edge irrigated land. What you want to see is any of these gonna say Kemet and say, you feel me? And say, but it say, and they got two renditions that we talked about that supposedly say that. So this is where we was at. And if I skip anything else, feel free to point it out. Don't trip. I ain't gonna be mad. Look, Nile mud, right? Now, grease, clay, Nile mud, or loomy arable soil. That is Amat. Now, you want to know what's crazy? This term kills their entire argument. Because if you research, it kills it in multiple ways. And it also kills, now I'm talking about Wunem argument, but it also kills the Egyptological argument. Marx says, Smash, you can turn the racist Egyptologist world upside down with your true revelation of what the Medu Netter says. I don't know about that, but thanks for the encouragement. I'm definitely not trying to beef with them. And I got some allies in Egyptology that have promised to do certain things. And so when it comes to getting these history books rewritten, we need to start scrutinizing that process as the people. I'm researching what it takes to qualify to get a book placed in the California public schools. Who writing the next textbooks? Like, come on, man. And they print new ones every year. I mean, damn near. So we can start working on that. But in the meantime, and in between time, we can still make sure this argument is sound. So why does this term kill everything that they were saying, or anybody? because this is the term ancient Egyptians used when they wanted to say Nile mud. This is the closest thing you're going to get to your silk, the closest term. And is defined that way by the scholars of Old and New Egyptian. When you look into this use of the term, you're going to say, oh, well, why would anybody ever argue that Kemet mean that? You find Kemet directly next to this term. Just like you find it next to people. Not just like you find it next to people, but you find it in the same way you find it on Peppy Aunt Kim's name in the adjectival position describing the Nile mud. Imagine that. They don't want to address that. I hope people understand that. Nile mud is just stated as Amat. If you want to say black Nile mud, you say Kemet Amat. Now understand that. You say Amat Kemet, excuse me. That's how you say black mud. And if it was of any importance, they would have spoken on it more than they did. And guess what they do? You find it once in the text corpus, and guess what they talking about? Pseudoscience. Actually something that they had to figure out didn't work in about 3 tries. I'm going to click it. Peace to Chris. Oh, I can't click it? What they doing? I got to go to the new TLA. They hating on me. Exactly. So Chris says the word loamy means fertile soil. But this is the word they even went further to say not anywhere, now mud though. I'm going to open this up in the new TLA. I've been waiting for them to update it, and they done it, so I'm going to get the old one on my system. But it don't matter. It just means you got more updated information, right? That matters. So let me see. It'll probably do something different. All right, hold up. This is probably transliterated different. Oh, I know what I'm about to do. I ain't even tripping. I'm gonna go right here. Go mud. We went over all these muds, but we'll talk about what I want to intend to talk about in this hour here. But here go Amat and Amamat. They got 7 and 3. Now notice this, y'all. Remember this slide? We need to put versus silt and stretch the categories and duplicate this and paste it over here, man. Hold up. Here we go. Build that up. Because the silk only got 7 too. As you no, the silk don't got no damn 7. I messed that all the way up. And you're gonna see that. The black now silk got 1 attestation in the text corpus. Do you want to believe that? So they be like, now I'm going to give some credence to say, I only remember the 2, and I know they're not going to show you more than 2. If they do, they're going to show you 3. But as I recall, this first attestation with the N23 or the N36, they're not that abundant. If there's more than 7, then show me. And then nullify this point. But the ultimate point is not a competition between me and anyone. It is statistical in how we form our theories. And you can't disqualify the Kemet with the people, which has, as we look in this text corpus, about 7 attestations, right? And then you got the Silt is about to have 1 attestation that actually has the word KMT on it. And then the ones with the land, they got 2. But let's look at that, what I'm talking about. Because this says Nile mud. It says since 7. If you go into this and we look at the text and analyze them from beginning, the oldest to the newest, we're going to look at how ancient Egyptians spoke about the Nile mud. Now, notice this. This is also Papyrus Kahun. And so that is significant. Because that whole term Kemet comes into about this time period. You see it say Senroset II. But look, it says both feet and legs are rubbed with mud and clay until she gets well. Notice here, mud or clay. If we come up here and find mud or clay, it's going to be the Amat. But they put it at, no, that is Ama. That is Ama. So is this the Amat? I don't know why they put it in the beginning of so. That's to rub it, right? They got this Ama, right? And this one is the one we're talking about. Now look, mud or mud ground. So don't forget, it don't say nothing about black here. Now watch this. Now we see black mud. So this is notice this is the same medical, this is the medical text, this is Papyrus of Beers, right? It ain't the same medical text, but it is a Papyrus of Beers. What they were saying here is probably a remedy, well, it says gynecological papyrus. So you can figure that out. And something about both feet and legs rubbed with mud or clay. Now we see this word Kemet after Amat. Think about it. So if we see this Kemet and this Amat, Kemet, Kemet just means black. It's written with the hieroglyph. So we should pull up that Papyrus of Beers and see. It's written with the hieroglyph. Because apparently enough, who said find the Kemet with the hieroglyph? Anybody? So if Amat means mud, if this was already black silk, they wouldn't have to say Kemet. Kemet don't mean nothing about no damn mud. Kemet mean black. Now, it shouldn't be having to get no simpler than that. Everybody can see that. When they talking about Amat up here, they just say mud or clay. Amat, mud or clay. But when they talk about black mud, they put the word Kemet on it. Amat Kemet. Now, so that means we're looking at an attestation for, well, now you see there is a need though. I don't know what you're talking about, Vernon. But in order to indicate black mud, they put a Kemet on it, which lets us know that the Kemet is black. Right? And not the mud. Now let's click this sentence and look at the use of it, because they say that this was all that stuff. They say that this silk was so important. Man, this is some pseudoscience. What to do on the second day? All right, I should go back. further. Beginning of the remedies for burns. That's what the black mud was used for. Let the primary text tell it. Beginning of remedies for burns. Now let's read this. What to do in this regards on the first day, black mud. It will be given to it. If you want to refer to a primary text of how the mud was used in Kemet, this is what you do. And you'll learn two things. Hold up. When they talking about that silk, Kemet ain't even part of it. Now we know how if you want to form a noun out of an adjective, they wouldn't have had to say amat. They could have just been referring to the black. If the black refers to silk, y'all gotta hear me. There's certain places where they translate Egypt as the black, and they say it refers to the silk, right? But here's an instance that's proven that that's incorrect, because they had the option, I should say, to do that here. If Kemet was used as a noun to refer just to the silk, they wouldn't have had to say amat. Everybody should see that. So it's two words in English, black and mud. Which one of these two means black and which one means mud? See? I agree. I agree with the gender agreement here, Chris, but what I want us to consider amat as a false feminine. And we will look at that and talk about that later. That might not break no rules of gender agreement, but that also nothing, I don't think you're trying to contradict anything I'm saying, but I agree with that. Kemet. Oh, no. No. Are you saying that to say that that this Kemet wouldn't be a Kemet? Nah. If you're going to take a Kemet Aret and make it a Kemet when it don't even got the T, you got to take it when it got the T. You feel me? Like you can't make, I mean, not you, but I'm saying one could not suggest that we make a Kemet to you out of Kemet Aret, out of a superfluous T. Cats be forgetting stuff be transliterated from hieratic. So if we take the instances of those Kemet Arets with the superfluous T, right, and try to make that into something that can stand for Kemet to you, but then we want to say that this cannot be a Kemet because this only arrives as gender agreement between Amat and Kemet, that wouldn't be fair. That's a Kemet. Because you want to know why? We get stuck on writing and what is written down. Think about when this word was verbalized. They said Kemet out their mouth. They wasn't saying, oh, Kemet for gender agreement. They just said Kemet. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, black and mud. One is mud and one is black. There's plenty of attestations for the mud, and none of them ain't positive like that. Like you think they ain't no mud god. We already got the scholars to say that. Here we see they using black mud to rub on a burn. Now let's look at this one. And they don't call this black mud, they just call it amat. So you have been punished on the 2 cows so that the cows will be removed. Well, what happened was his cattle fell in the mud and he lost them. So think about this, y'all. And you know how they had the Nilometer, right? In order to chart how high the Nile got. Now, if you let them tell it, dude would have fell in the Kemet in this text. right? Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. So that would mandate a T on that Amat if it is a location. But they just said put black mud on it, Chris. Come on now. It was a remedy for a burn, and they said put black mud on it. Now that's a location. But I could agree with that being a location to arrive with the T on it. I don't know about that. I'm trying to work with that. Well, let's see. But I'll open up the chat. The team of oxen that you brought for plowing fell into the mud. Right? They fell into Ta'amat, the mud. Right. Now the shepherd that comes to receive again, and you stand rejected from the cattle of the field, basically. You ain't got the cattle. Now look, the head of the cattle has come to inspect the cattle, and you are forced to say they are not here. Now, if we want to get some real context on the dang mud, if that's what you want to call it, because they don't got nothing where they talking about no silk. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. This is a strange word, right? Well, never mind. So I'm gonna get around to analyzing this word commit to you. Right? And I'm gonna go back. And I'm just lay out some of my arguments. You don't have to agree, but hopefully they're not based on nothing fake. I talked to an Egyptologist about this text, and she had to give it up. So just to be clear, it says 1 of 7 when you're looking for commit to you when you're analyzing the group term, right? That word Amamat, Chris, is used in the TLA about 7 times. If we click it and one of them is a location, you're right. Look. Mud or ground. I don't think mud or ground is a location. There goes 7 times. I don't think mud or ground is a location. So let's look. Where it's muddy at is a location. Here go number 1. Both feet and legs are rubbed with a location. Both feet and legs are rubbed with the location until she gets well. No, both feet and legs are rubbed with mud and clay. Amat. Next. Black mud. Black location. Okay, I'll take that one, Chris. The black location, I'm with you on that. But nah, that's just black mud, family. Hold on, look. A team of oxen that you bought to plow in the field has fallen into the location. I'm with you on that. But they fell into the Nile mud, though. I do not dip my feet into the location. I do not dip my feet into the Nile mud. This is about the 4th attestation of Amamat. None of them besides one I'll give you. You have to say the team of oxen that you bought has fallen into the mud. That mud is a particular mud. I hear that, Chris, but don't do that. This is not a location. This is the mud. Oh, I do not dip my feet in Nile mud, nor do I stand in the dust of the harvest. So the dust of the harvest is the location. But we're looking at the attestations. So I'm trying to figure out which one of the attestations are you basing that on. This one, I do not dip my feet in the Nile mud. I think the translation of this as Nile mud is more substantiation, as I do not dip my feet in a muddy location. Because they talking about particularly Nile mud. And it ain't no Kim in here just to stay on track, y'all. For a man, he is clay and straw. Now, if Amat is a location in this text, that's crazy. For a man, he is a location and straw. You know I'm going to do this. For a man, he is clay and straw. Amat. We almost at the last attestation. General Meroraw took a lump or similar of clay. Man, I'm not with that location. I'm looking at the text. I'll open up the chat. I know you're going to explain. So let's look. I want to get back to the ones that I got to talk to a scholar about this, and she did not refute my stance. So we're going to talk about, you will stand before the people of Egypt as Athribis. Nah, that location got blew out the water. I know you know more than me about the glyphs, but I got a thinking, logical mind. I only agree when it appears to be logical and that the primary text support it. So check this out. You will stand before the people of Egypt as Apis. That right there is one of the worst translations of this, I would say. Pepi the first knew nothing about Egypt. If you want to contextualize this and say, well, okay, it's still talking about the same geographic areas that Pepi II, that we call Egypt today, I would say that is completely untrue. There's nothing, we have no evidence that in the 6th dynasty, this Kemetu was linked back to any entire polity looked at as a country or a nation, to where they translate this as Egypt. We ain't got nothing to indicate that. I don't know. So we try to get more accurate, but we got to translate it. You will stand before the people of, well, you can't say the people of, right? We would have to say you will stand before the Kemetu like the Apis. But now we're rendering no definition for Kemetu. We took away people of Egypt because we know that's an anachronism, and everyone can agree that Pepi II couldn't have been saying that. I mean, I'm not even saying that's not a semantic argument. I mean, it took to the 11th dynasty before the word Kemet emerged to even be talking about a location one could link to saying it mean all of Egypt. What they try to link this to in other translations of this is a gnome called Athribis. It wasn't called Athribis. It's called Kim-Ur. We could talk about that too. And then we're going to be back to the Kemet-Eret arguments. One thing we should know is there's an 049 glyph on this primary. If I pull up the primary, and you can't just say this mean I mean, you can, but you can't just say it mean the people without a thorough dissertation or explanations. Because it'll confuse things. This is it. Kim T.U. Kemet 049 determinative. Right? Long before we find a Kemet in juxtaposition to a red land, or long before we find a Kemet used to say some place that somebody ruled over. We find this. Now, Reggie, from my viewpoint, what Reggie offers provides the most clarity. Don't y'all remember I wasn't chiming in on this argument? I was trying to do hip hop videos and still doing Instagram rapping 3 years ago. I was a video editor. I still am, but I was editing hella videos. I wasn't even tripping. And then I came back and I had to update myself on the conversation and do my own research before I chimed in. What Reggie was maintaining at that time, him and Nethernet, Reggie added to Nethernet's research to say that we got to stop overlooking the cattle symbolism. And in this sentence, in this statement, if we overlook the cattle symbolism, we just clearly don't get it. Right? We miss it all. Let me show you. If you look at Kemet to you first, as a herd of cattle, this statement starts to make sense. And if I click into the text and we read the sentence before and after it, it'll start to make more sense poetically, with agreement, not grammatical agreement, but poetic agreement between the subject and the object. And you won't find this in too many books, so this is just one of my contributions to the field. To be able to show you this, look. Hold up. Now, it starts, first of all, he about to be standing in front of a heck of stuff. He's gonna stand in front of an object like a metaphorical, powerful subject. Right? I mean, you just gotta feel me. He's going to be related to, in all instances, metaphorically, the subject that has domain over the object. Now watch how this works. So yeah, this is the first one. You will stand, so he the subject, but he gonna stand in front of the chapels like men. So he's being metaphorically relayed to men. Men is a god a black god in front of a chapel. Kind of like in the Hebrew tradition of Yahweh hovering over the tabernacle. You have dominion over this object by the way that you will metaphorically appear. Now, notice in this metaphor, you have to connect the chapel to the metaphoric version of Pepe. Men, symbolically. If you don't connect, you're going to stand in front of the chapel like men. Basically, you're saying you're going to stand in front of a place of worship like a god. We understand that. Everybody can see that. And what they meant when they said that. You will stand, we got that, in front of the chapels, the place of worship, like men, a black god. Why is that significant? because you got to go to the next line. Now this don't make no sense. You will stand before the inhabitants of Egypt like the Apis. Well, we got to contextualize everything to show why this don't make so much sense. Anyone could tell you all of Egypt didn't rock with the Apis like that. Somebody put in the chat, what was the cult center for the Apis? You can ask ChatGPT. In later point in history, you're going to be mad that they ain't going to want to put it in the chat. But if they honest, they're going to put it. At a later point in history, the Apis got linked to a particular location. I don't think it's Thebes. Let's see if somebody else could come to where the cult center for the Apis was. Now, later in time, the burial place of the Apis would take a particular name. Do somebody want to put what that was called? Well, let's do the process of elimination. Saqqara is a good answer for later point in time. That is when they would do the burial there. We got Abydos. Notice we ain't got Kim-Ur. We got Memphis. Now we're going to have to see which one is right. So Memphis is probably going to take the what? The Menevis bull or something? While we work that out, and we're going to let people in the chat put up what they think, then we'll get to the bottom of it. Let's figure this out. They're not talking about Egypt, right? That Serapeum is a very good one, and the Serapeum would be called the Kemet, since nobody wanted to put that. The Serapeum would be later called the Kemet. You will stand before the inhabitants of Egypt like the Apis. But you will stand in front of the chapel like men. So that means the Apis needs to have control over the inhabitants of Egypt. If in the Medu Neter, the inhabitants of Egypt, we know that's wrong. So what they really said was Kemet to you. I like that Kim-Ur, but that's not right for the for Hap. That would be the black bull Kim-Ur, which is Osiris. You will stand before the inhabitants of Egypt. What they saying here is possibly relates back to, like Brother Reggie told us, those relating to the black cattle, right? Those who are related to that which is black, that which is black called Kemet. This could be an instance of the people of the cattle, so to speak, but that's not my ultimate. I just have to throw that in there. It fits a lot better. You want to know why? Because you would stand before these Kemet to you, those who are associated with the black cattle, like the Apis, the king of the black cattle. The same way you stand in front of the chapels like men. If we understand that Pepi is a person being metaphorically equated to the Apis, then we can also understand that this herd of Kemethi U that he stands before also to be synonymous with people. Because there's no reason for him to stand before a herd of bulls like the Apis in his pyramid text. He is symbolically and metaphorically the bull of bulls, the Apis in the afterlife, standing before those people associated with that which is black. In this instance, that which is black, there's a very good chance it is talking about the bull. Now, a second theory that works very much so well, that if metaphorically Kemethi U, this herd of black divine cattle, is equivalent to people, we still got agreement between these people not being inhabitants of Egypt, but just for the most rigid translation, the most disagreeable by some, you will stand before the black people like the Apis. You want to know why I let metaphor tell the story and don't do it harsh and rigid like that? Because I spent money to look at the primary. As you see, the glyphs aren't provided here. And when I look at the primary, it looked like this. It don't got people there. Kemethi U, the first occurrence of it ever, way before Kemet. Okay? So my research hypothesis has to work also. That would be indicative of a village or town or something like that, right? Yet they not talk about Kim because then we breaking some rules. What rule? Well, you should not be able to put a TU bird on a noun that doesn't end in a T. Says Hope. Hotch. You will stand by the expanded lake like Sokar. Does that match? Does Sokar, who can fly and do all of these things? And I could take you into the deeper symbolism about this statement as I researched and wrote out about it. But let's just keep it elementary. What about a bird or Sokar would take the form, you'll see him in many forms. We see him with wings, one who could fly high and soar. And you will stand by the expanded lake like Sokar. If you say inhabitants of Egypt right here, this is the only one that starts to not make no riddle or no sense. All right? Only one that make no sense. Man, I thought I turned that off. Now, let's go. Let me go back through the chat, see if we got any questions. And see if I'm wrong. Because you might be right, Yuri. With that Memphis, I just was thinking about the maneuvers bull. So let's look. All right, look, the Apis bull was kept in Memphis, Egypt. So let's get at to Uric with the AI overview, but let's keep looking. Yep. A single living representation was stable near the Ptah Temple in Memphis. Shout out to Yurick. So why is that a problem? Because people try to say that this means you will stand before the inhabitants of Athribis, like the Apis. Which ancient Egyptian would have made that mistake? Uric didn't. Uric know for sure the bull in Athribis ain't the Apis. The bull of Athribis is Kim Ka, however you want to say it. Sometimes it just say Kim in later periods. That's not the Apis. So which ancient Egyptian would have made this mistake? You stand before the inhabitants of Kim like the Apis. Pepe would have rolled in his grave like the inhabitants of Kim don't even fuck with the Apis. Rewrite my text. To make proper sense out of this, and what my brother Shesmu suggested, if we go into the TLA like we're here, all you gotta do is look and see what they say and stop saying, stay out the TLA, stay out the TLA. No, I want to know what the scholars said. You tricking us. And now you click Black Cattle, Divine Herd. You see I didn't make that up. It's right there. Reggie didn't make that up. Right? Go to Kemet. You see it's called Kemet. So if you put a TU on that, it'll be those related to the black cattle or the divine herd. See, the people want to take that, but they don't want to take that the people was actually them cattle. They use this term to call themselves this collective to say, look, we like the divine herd. I could prove that all over and over again. I hope it don't take me to too many. We show this over and over. It's also used with Thoth, Men, the Apis, and Menevis. That's the other black bull that I thought that was more associated with Memphis. But well, your show seemed to be right. You feel me? It's not about being strong and wrong. Who see Kemet for the cattle right here? Because I'm showing you attestations of Kemet when it's the divine cattle. And ain't talking about nothing but about no land or nothing. But hey, let's keep continuing. So yeah, that's the first one. And I spoke to a scholar about this, and all she could say is, well, I see you've read your text. You know the text. Because she tried to tell me that this got to be a Kemet to you. I'll break the brakes off that. Like, well, if you start to understand the cattle symbolism, and you see that he's being compared to the Apis, you can't act like, let me see, is it not Kemet to you to say black herd? So that's a good question. So let's go back here. So first we need to notice this. And this is my argument. Some will argue against this. In order for this hypothesis to be sound, and it is supported by the data, and you this is not a Kemet to you. Right? This don't appear to be a Kemet to you. The one we analyzing is in a different form, so let's take note of that. This is actually a Kemet to you. Right? And this is just a Kemet. Somebody could say, no, this is Kemet U, but notice the scholars didn't put that. They didn't even put a U to represent this collective in the text. All they said is divine herd. We know herd is a group. So we can deduce it's not one black cattle, it's black cattle, like a herd. This is another one, divine cattle, or it's black cattle, black cow, but it ain't divine. This is where the divinity come from. So if anybody wants to ask, they can look up those attestations. Now, everyone sees the word as Kemet. And every place you see Kemet, besides completion, no, there's plenty of besides. Don't let me say every place you see Kemet. Right? But when you look into these, their stories start to fall apart. Because no one confuses Kemet completion for Kemet black. Maybe we can do it if we ain't analyzing the text properly. But when it comes down to this one, they don't say black anymore. Y'all noticing that? Black cattle, black land, completion, ajar, black arable land, Kemet. But Kemet T, Egyptians. Not a black one. But notice them contradict themselves if you go to the next page. They're going to say the same word, Kemet T, when dealing with Osiris. Kemi is the black one, not Kemet T, Kemi. Anyway, this ain't what I intended to show. I want to stay on track. Because I got 15 more minutes. I don't want to go too long. I mean, 15 more minutes to talk. Well, I could talk about this forever. All right, so that's about the Apis. You want to refute that? Let's talk about it. But we know it don't mean Egypt. And if you need to make some sense out of this apple and the Apis and him standing before some people, these three say the same thing. Stand before the Apis, but they're in different pyramids. Stand before the Apis. And they're showing you that in this text, you can see it is a Kemet to you. They just messed up and put an Uchik there instead of a Tu bird. Now, here's the first one that when Garfield and them tried refuting it for some reason, I don't know what's up with Wu in his latest research, but he's been maintaining that this is one of the only places where this occurs. And I know he knows that it's not, but he said 5 times, and okay, so he must be accounting for these other ones. Now, I would argue out of the 3, this one is out of the 3 that we find inside of the Hemra Simra set, we're about to go down twice. It should occur some more from the Hemra Simra set. Well, not, maybe not. It does in the text, so I don't know why the TLA. So this number could probably be raised up to 10. Because this word occurs in this hymn 3 times and not just once. But they only got it in the text corpus once. And they go to these other texts. So we all know it's not just this sentence in the Kahun Papyrus, where it says Kemet with the people glyph. So the argument is very rigid that this can never, ever, ever mean black people. And if you want to say an absolute argument like that, I have to disagree. If you want to say, okay, there's a probability that it might mean something different, I will say, yeah, that probability is there, right? But what we do know, again, is it does not say the inhabitants of Egypt. How can I say that? Because this was the hymn to Simro Set. He never heard that word. He didn't have to hear that word. He never thought of Kemet as a entity that would match what we call Egypt. We could prove that. It was him and his fathers who stretched the borders of what we call Kemet, of what they called Kemet. So when they first called it, it wasn't even no big ass area. Then they went and stretched the borders all over the place. Now we could go look in the text and see if they say we stretching the borders of Kemet or Tamari. But we do know it was them who took that up on them. Now, one of my arguments, and people can try to debunk this, and I would love it to be debunked. But notice how we came out with the black silk. And we still riding on that, chilling. Because they couldn't find that we beat the brakes off the black silk. We made Egyptologists admit it ain't no source for that. We just made that up. But here's another one. And I would love to see somebody, if you're going to clip what I'm saying, start now. All right, so he hang, right? And we sit up here. After he has quickened. Now, that's not a good translation. They say after he has quickened for what we see Sa'ank in F right here. Sa'ank in F. Right? My first point of scrutiny is you don't, well, they put inhabitants of because of what I'm about to say. You don't Sa'ank, you don't bring life to, or no ancient Egyptian, not really frequently, they didn't bring life to countries like that. It might sound weird. And the Egyptologists are trying to force this, but they're not. This says Egypt. That's not Egyptians. So they're trying to make it say Egyptians by putting the inhabitants of and making this be a Kemet to you. In order to add the inhabitants of grammatically, this must be a Kemet to you. There's no way you're getting away with that anywhere. Yet, since they are admitting that this is only a Kemet, this ain't a Kemet to you, and I seen Asar Imhotep agree with that. I wonder what his stance is on that now. We know that this is not a Kemet to you. This is just a Kemet. Man, people about to try to make this a Kemet to you. Now, that's one thing PhD DiBiase Tyson stood her ground on. She said, no, there's precedent for us to say that this is a Kemet to you. And she sent me the email with the precedents. I told you people don't mind continuing the dialogue. They just don't want to be in the mess. And I got the email with the precedents in it. And I have to say she has a point. Nevertheless, I went and researched the opposite. And the opposite occurs in that text. You feel me? I can't address what y'all talking about because I don't think y'all talking to me right now. Oh, you is. Well, that's not true because in the hymn to the Aten, the rays of the sun, this the light and life or brings life to the whole land along with people. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's why I tried not to speak all the way authoritatively, but I would like to look at that because I want to know how you said along with people. How is it stated? Is it Sa'ank Ta? Or yeah, so we would look at the grammar. I could share the link if you got time. But let me try to get this theory out. What I'm trying to say is we don't find often, I'm not saying you can't find a case where it's not true, but if you look at the data, this term Sa'ank NF isn't, like I maintain, used to bring life to whole countries. Along with people and other creatures that walk. So let's look at that. So we could do that right now. And I go with statistics. I try to, meaning that, let me see. Let's go to here. I just got to open up a new page. Dang, I just messed up the same page. I mean, I looked at this before, and so I seen a case or two, but you got to talk about the abundance of cases that support what I'm saying. Sa'ank F Ta is what I'm asking. If it don't say that, don't make me look, and then it don't say that. Cause I'm gonna be like, what you doing, bro? Opening a new window. So what we about to look up is this term for bringing life to. Yeah, but I'm not just looking at one instance. Because then you can't form the proper conclusions that way. Right? I would rather people see how it's used. It's not used that much. So here we go. Let's look. It says, to make, live, to perpetuate, to nourish, to keep alive. Right? I want to see something. So it's 384 occurrences. They give us like 12 a page. And now that this is ordered, I think they're starting from the oldest use of it. Well, we find Sa'ank in Najes. Najes is a class of people. One of the first uses of Sa'ank in Najes, this is to bring life to a class of people, right? This supports my argument. I want to keep going. The second attestation for Mehu, who has recorded his order to provide for them a letter. Here we got Sa'ank in providing for. This is Mehu recording his order to provide for them in this letter, which I have brought to me. This is an interaction between two people in the second occurrence of the term Sa'ank. What we want to see is countries and inanimate objects, not like this one about to be Ra who gets Sa'anked, because you got to remember Ra is a netcher. The third attestation from the pyramid text of Unis, we see Ra. I guess this is why they say stay out the TLA. Because if you look over all 384 and then two of them say something else, they're going to want you to go with the two of them. Fighter Horus, who is above the shadow part of the sky, who animates Ra. To animate Ra, right? Horus is a deity, so is Ra. To animate Ra, you bring in life to Ra. Sa'ank Ra. Sa'ank Ra. Right? I want to see some land or something get Sa'anked. We're going to wait till the attestation Chris pull out. Horus has quickened you in the name. Quickening, the quickening is the bringing of life. That's how they translating it. Horus has quickened you in your name. That's to a person. Son, his beloved Chewy, the one who did this to keep his name alive. So he's going to Sa'ank his name, right? Keep his name alive. This is all dealing with persons and people. So far in the text corpus, I have a lot of data that seems to support that you Sa'ank stuff for people. Horus has joined you. He cannot separate from you. He has quickened you. This is talking to Pepe. He has enlivened you. He has brought life to you. You take care of me every day. You Sa'ank me every day. This is Neb Kahor. We should look and see who's taking care of him, but we know that's not Egypt. So far, the data suggests, but we're no place close to, but right now, you can clearly see how they use Sa'ank. Sa'ank, and who lets live and who goes up with his foot. Who reaches you and who, now if you want me to click into any of these texts and to expound on them, before we get to the one that Brother Chris suggested, I will. It says, your body is in Ra. Ra, revive your body, Mer and Ra. Sa'ank your body, revive your body, Mer and Ra. Man, this is about, you Sa'ank people. Now, just that whole first page, if that first page is indicative of what we're going to see throughout Old Egyptian and the Middle Kingdom, don't take nothing from the late after Simroset when they finally do something. No, I don't do that. You can't write a paper like that. Feel me? I'm showing you how it's used before him and up into his time period. Look, bring Pepe forth. Where's the Sa'ank? Sa'ank Su. Bring life to him, but it ain't translating. I'm going to make it translate. I'm just saying. Have y'all seen one yet that's talking about a country? We will get to that. Bring Pepe away, revive him, okay? Sa'ank him. Your body, Pepe, revive the body of Pepe. Sa'ank jet ek. Come on, y'all. May your transfiguration, may you transfigure him among you. May you quicken him among you. That means to bring life to him. I'm waiting for one of these to be about a building or something. He will anoint himself with the best anointing oil and clothe himself with the best linen. I will sit and give life to Ma'at with his back to the back of those gods in the north heaven, the not perishing. He will not perish. Those who do not faint, he will not faint. Where did they sa'ank him? Give life. He gives life to Ma'at. Now, I told you, it'll be an entity. You ain't going to find it being like a country. So now they sa'ank gods and they sa'ank people. Horus has joined you. He cannot separate with you. He has quickened you. If I could just go through this, not to be redundant, but I could see them all, and I went through them all. When we get to the time period that Chris is referring to, we want to see how much longer after it was written on the walls is we getting this other interpretation. It is Pepe on the way to you so that you can give him life, so that you can sa'ank Pepe. This seems redundant, man. May you quicken your son. May you bring life to your son. Sometimes the higher understanding that some of our brothers have is not just going to be revealed in you perusing text in the text corpus. I understand that, right? But statistically, it gotta add up. You have brought to her and taken her and revived her. May you revive Osiris. May you sa'ank ek, the person, actually. And I'm not trying to be redundant. No, yeah. I'm analyzing Chris's statement as I'm not saying it's not used for people. I'm just not exclusively for people. So I'm waiting for one of those instances to pop up. And I know you're not making anything up, so I know I'm going to come across it. Then we'll be able to categorize it and how many times we've seen it used for people and how many times we see it used for other things. Because right now it's looking crazy. I have come to cleanse you, to make you pure, to quicken you. Since they're talking about you, again, they're still doing this. I'm going to skip over some because I know these is all you. He animates Ra. Well, what this? Supplying the troops. Sa'ank the troops. All right, here's one. I have broken 2,000 stones of alabaster, fresh broken, which was given in according to what is ordered in the residence. Sa'ank is to give right here. 2,000 stones of alabaster, Sa'ank ready. That has, Sa'ank erdi and we. They ain't Sa'ank in the stones. Here, I've come to cleanse you, to make you pure. This seems redundant, but the fact is the evidence is just overwhelming in the side of my argument. It's not like I'm doing something stupid. Neith raised it up so that it may revive your forehead. Have they sa'anked the land yet? So all through up into the pyramid of Neith, they never even looked at that term in those ways. Give life to Ma'at. 3 times it was like Netchers. Every time else is people. Quicken your son. That's Sa'ank Sa. You have brought her to take her to revive her. I mean, I don't want to seem like I'm being tedious or redundant. I'll look and see. All right, look, every man in the who has while the great ones went away. I distributed. Where's the sa'an? Yep, supply to supply every man. Well, I know most people who are looking at this are saying, okay, not one of them yet was talking about a building or a nation or something that could be equated to Egypt. Look, I have not destroyed any saying before you, but I have preserved your name on earth. Ta'ank e renta. I don't know why they got a T here. It must be a woman. Renette, right? So they're preserving the name. They're bringing life to the name on earth. They're not necessarily bringing life to the earth. But we're going to get to the one that my good brother Chris cited. It is his son who made the monument and revived his name, Abku. Now, let's stop. His son made a monument and brought life to his name, Abku. But he didn't bring life to the monument. He sa'anked his name. I just want to be clear. Behold, I have reached today together with you by providing for you. Man, I ain't going to go over all 300. So now I'm just going to zoom to the one that Chris said, which appears to, as so far, be an anomaly in the way that the term is used. It is his son who perpetuates his name. It is the son who lets the name live on the stela. All right? I have brought you to revive. So now they want people's name to live on. I have nourished every man in my neighborhood in the times of hunger. Sa'ank. Bring life to. His justifier is the one who gives life to his name. I ain't gonna stop. I want the TLA to stop me. God, person, God, person. We on page 5, it's 41 pages. I'm not gonna do 41 pages. I'm gonna zoom to what Chris wants us to look at. But just right now, I'm saying it's too overwhelming. I am one of greater meals, great of catch, who sustains the hungry. To sustain the hungry is to sa'ank them. So now let's start skipping forward. The monument was made for him by his son, the head of the house, who revives his name. I mean, I have no intent to be redundant. Revive the name. Let's see. What's that say? Alive their names. Nah, don't mess up sa'ank like that. Feeding the inhabitants, sa'ank the people, to perpetuate their name, to keep their name alive, nourish the people, to sustain the Riketi people. Namely, so I guess I'll force myself to stop. And I'll do this offline more. I've done this before, and that's how I kind of form my conclusion. Do not believe that Chris said a lie. He said the truth. It is used at one point to say, but I don't remember them saying the land. That's why I said, did it say, I mean, I can search it in the TLA by lemma. Did it say sa'ank ta? I never got a clear answer to that, but we'll see. And you can pull it up too and share the link, and then I'll just look right at it if you got the time to do it. I made the monuments for myself in the city when I rebuilt the pillar hall and found the ruins when I built it with new columns inscribed in my own name when I revived my father's name. That's Sa'ank. So you're gonna Sa'ank living things. Now we're in the time period of scrutiny. It is his son, Simroset, who perpetuates his name. Let me see. He came after he had quickened. Now, there go the next one. So this is the one we analyzing. All the way up into here, it's been nothing but people are netchers. Oh, it don't say that, Chris? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it don't say Sa'ank Ta, then we'll analyze it. And thank you for contributing that. Now, look. This is the one we're analyzing. And now, all of a sudden, they start to Sa'ank Egypt. See? Now, we didn't have to go through all of them, but what we did do is go through every use of the term Sa'ank before the text of scrutiny in the TLA, in the text corpus, right? And what we found is in every instance before this, they Sa'ank people. I can even show you them Sa'anking groups of people right here. Watch this. They just got through Sa'anking the Riketi or something, which is a group of people. Maybe I gotta go back too far. So the argument that this Sa'ank NF, I heard Wu just say, there's no way that in the Simrosette Stela it could be referring to black people. That's just not accurate, bro. You have to be less rigid with the way that you say things. It's a way that it could, and I'm showing the way that it could. But I'm trying to go back to see when they Sa'ank this group of people. When they bring life to this group of people. Here goes one. It is the beloved Son who keeps alive their names. Sa'ank sin, them. But here it's going to be a better one. And I cultivated every field in the entire Onyx Nome to the southern and northern frontier, feeding the inhabitants and making the food reserves. Sa'anking the inhabitants, the people, a group of people. Look at the people determinative after Sa'ank. This just busts their head, man. Godly. No, that's not busting their head. Look, Sa'ank Ger. Now these Ger is a particular group of people. Watch this. I said Ger, it could be her. It say humankind. The people. So you Sa'ank the people. Man, this is redundant. But let's get to the one that we are on. So we see they did bring it to groups of people. So now when we get to this black group of people, nah, I can't say that. Here's another one. Sa'ank Rikhet. You see the people, the man in the three strokes? He's bringing life to a particular class of people. Now when we come here, it's going to say Sa'ank Kemet with the people behind it, and there's no way in the world that could mean black people. Now again, read my book. I didn't argue for that, but I'm showing you how easily I can mount an argument against what you're saying in the debate and make you look kind of crazy and non-objective and biased. Because if you can see it one way, you got to see it the other way. Hold on. Let me go back there. But let it be noted that before all of the text before Simrosette the third's uses, when they say Sa'ank, there's not one, no matter what we'll find after, there's not one before it provided in the text corpus where they are Sa'anking some type of land or something. Sa'ank, the S on the front of Ankh, we all know the word Ankh, right? Is life. If you put an S on the front, that's a causative S. That means to cause life. Therefore, you know it's in things that are living. And so you don't just say Egypt. That's like a location. It ain't living. So why is that a problem? Because after Simrosette in the same text, it is his son who Sa'anked his name. Now, later on in the same text, they want you to believe he Sa'anked Egypt for the first time ever in history. Everything I'm saying is accurate, unless, of course, we're going to find this before this text corpus. Sa'ank NF, he has brought life to black people and removed their distress. Now, here's the funny part. Me and my brother Chris toiled over this S, which some will say, well, it says it at the end. You got to know the grammar. No, not Chris. Me and Chris talked about this, but I'm not. I don't want people to think I'm doing his voice right now. He don't sound like this. But others would be like, you got to know the grammar, and this is the reason why, and this is blah, 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 blah. But all you got to do is go in on this S right here, right? And even though it occurs more to say them in the later time periods, and we see how they got it as a feminine singular. So they saying that they're addressing Egypt as a feminine singular, which would match the gender and say it or her. But an abbreviated S like this can also be a sin, right? And it is a sin that would only mandate a there. Because the sin gonna mean, them or they or there. You feel me? So if these scholars here have to be translating this S as a sin, as they would not be able to say removed there. Now, let me ask you a question. Notice how parentheses work. There is not in parentheses, meaning that there is really in the text here. And that's the sin I'm talking about that we see as an S right here. But as I'm showing you, in order for you to make it say there, it has to be a sin and not a S, right? All right, let's peep. Now it says, Egypt and removed their distress. There is some people. There ain't Egypt. And so in order for this to make sense, they put inhabitants of in parentheses. Everybody see that? And so now again, I didn't put that this is the translation in my book, but arguing that this is not a probability, you're going to mount a weaker argument than one who says that is probable. Because first, this use of this glyphs, this is one of the first uses of him with the people behind it. And every use before that, they are bringing life to a particular class of people or a particular person. With Richetti and Najest, those are classes of people. It is argued that this Kemet is a divine class of people. And then they call them. It's just like in the Bible when they say, let us make man after our image. Who is us? Who is our? Who is they? Who is them? These people right here with the word black in front of them. Now, that's just my commentary on that. If people, you're allowed to disagree. We're grown men. We have our own minds, and whatever causes you to disagree, I'm pretty sure it should be qualified. To you at least. Right? And hopefully some can see my argument as I'm trying to lay it down so easily. Let's go to the next one. Oh, this is Sa'ank, right? That we're looking at. He has come having quickened the nobles. Now look, let me show y'all something. This is the sentence. Look, Cahun Papyrus, Simroset III. If you know these texts, you'll know that this is the sentence, Cahun Papyrus, where it says, Cahun Simroset III. This is the sentence that directly follows this sentence. So it says, he comes after he has quickened the inhabitants of Egypt. Well, it follows it shortly right after. Then it says, he has come having quickened the nobles. This is the use of Sa'ank F in the text directly right after the one above it. Now you see pot with the people. No one is going to argue that this isn't a class of people. Pots, you see the people? But come up to the one with the black on the front. They'll say that's not a class of people, nor is that a description for people. Look at the construct. Sa'ank, in, f, kemet. Let's go down. Sa'ank, in, f, pot. They'll tell you that this is the people, but just because this one say black on the front, they won't say this is the people. Now that's why I start to lose faith. I'm like, bro, you see that, right? The next word in the text is talking about the people using the same phraseology. Well, I don't know that. I don't like that word. Take that word out. Using the same verbiage. Right? Now watch it do it again. One line down. He has quickened the nobles. Is the nobles a country? So basically, they have not used Sa'ank with a country up until this period unless you let them put the hokey doke in and make you think that this means Egypt. Now, right after that, these is all of a sudden the people. Look, these is the people too. The Reketi, y'all see the people glyph? But when it go up to black, nah, bro, it's not the people, it's the Egyptians. Even though Simro said would have said, what the hell is an Egyptian? This word mean black. That's what Simro said would have said, what the hell is an Egyptian? This word mean black. Am I wrong? And that's some people. Then he would have walked out and said, have him banished for this nonsense. Sa'ank NF, we already established that you bring life to people, and now we're showing on the same exact text where they said there's no way in the world that this could mean black people. 1 cent. Don't have me open the text. I got the text right here. I'm just playing, man. Let's look at it so you can see it in the glyphs. Then you're going to be like, oh, that's what you meant? They really lying. See, these dudes be reading the glyphs, y'all. So this is why I be saying something ain't right. How can we be both looking at the same thing and you saying what you saying? I don't even be getting it. We can just look at it in the glyphs. Hold on. This is a different one though. But I got it. Let me find it. Possibly because I'm just, let me see. Go to this one. Not this one. So I don't even want you to like act like you need to read the glyphs. I just want to show you how close this statement is to the other statements. And you're going to be like, how is that possible that that's that close? And people were saying that there's no way it could be talking about the people. Here go a rendition too. It just say commit with him. And I don't want to show this one because this was made from the Reconstruction side. It don't matter. Only dummies think that matter. Like, if you could see what it was, then, excuse me. I'm looking through the text now. I'm just looking. So I thought I had it on this picture, but I know I went and it should be in my screenshots maybe. And this is the Kim folder probably. I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, this is the Kim folder. Hold on. Let me go to my screenshots. Here we go. Wow. So fast. Because we really now look at this. And I did this before, and you got to be fair. I don't never just do my side of the argument. So let me go into the proper thing so we could do it. Now, I wanted to go open this with a different viewer. Hold on. So I can mark it up. We did this. We do this every time, and I don't know why people be tripping. I ain't saying that it 100% mean black people. And Katz is saying there's no way in the world that it couldn't. There you go. Now I got him out my argument. No, there's a way that it can, very much so easily. I keep opening it in the wrong thing. I apologize. Open with maybe photos, yeah. Nope, I need to open it with snips to snipper. Sorry. Open with snipper, man. Snip tool. The reason why is so I can mark it all up. Now, this is a primary of the text that was a facsimile of the primary of the text that we're talking about. Right? Oh my God, it just closed right by itself. Sometimes the computer be hating. Here is a facsimile of what we're talking about. And so I'm going to use colors to code. Yellow is going to be in this text. He has come. We could just read this. He has come and then he sees the land, right? Basically. I don't read in blah, 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 gaga, goo, goo no more. I'm just trying to read English. So he sees the land, right? You see the land? But hold on. Instead of making this a long-ass story, I ain't going to do that. I'm going to only use yellow to show you when they talk about lands. So this is the land right here, right? Because you got to be fair to other people's argument. Now look, this Sama, this is a statement of the land. This is basically saying he has united the two lands. Y'all see that? I ain't reading it no more, blah, blah, blah. He has united the two lands, and I think this is he has protected, or he will protect. Somebody could correct me, feel free. I'm the most correctable on YouTube, but I like to argue my points. The South and the North. Basically, it's not saying the South and the North, it's saying the suit right here. This is a plant that represents a location. Oh, hold on. It's about that time. Hold on, y'all. All right, let me see if I can bring somebody on to host the show. Who can host the show? But look, this is a play. Oh, so I'm just so unorganized, y'all. Like, I can't even color code something. Let me see. All the lands are supposed to be in the color. So if this is representative of a land, this phrase is not what you'll normally find to say the South and North. But the bee is representative of the North because you find a lot of bees in the Delta. And the sledge plant is a plant of the South. So the first two statements on that text is talking about some land. Nevertheless, notice, we got things indicative of land quite much, and saying land right here. Now, when we come here, they're trying to argue, and we're going to argue over this one, that this one is talking about the land too. Even though you don't see nothing for land there. And it's one of the first uses of the term ever. So they don't got nothing to go off. See how they try to put the fix in? What the ancient Egyptians clearly wanted you to think about was some people, because they wouldn't have wrote people here. Yet they want us to put this in yellow and include it with the lands. You want to know why? Because after they say this black, they say red right here. Let me show you. And red is synonymous with the desert. And then they actually put a determinative for the hill country there. So using their great brains, they say, man, it's the best logic we could come up with. If indeed black is in juxtaposition to red, and we could clearly see that they're talking about land in the instance of red, well, then they got to be talking about land in the instance of this, even though it got two people here. That's the dumbest logic. Like, it don't work. That's not no king super genius, I figured some shit out. That's dumb. I'm just keeping it a buck. That don't get past me calling you a super expert, smart genius. I give more props to Reggie for what he figured out. That actually say, man, his brain ticking in a way that ours ain't. You saying that because they say red land after this, that means that the ancient Egyptians, when they said black in front of it and they drew people, that they were talking about a land there, that is some other shit. That's some Z York shit. I don't care what y'all say. I'm not easily hypnotized. I don't be thinking people hella smarter than me. If I can't see your logic, you gets no props. The people who get hella props from me is because I see they logic often. I don't be just like trying to be all nice. Nigga, I don't see that shit. You're not going to make me think that because everything in this yellows is talking about land, that when they wrote these people here in yellow, they talk about land. Now let's find the stark contradiction. And then I got to go. Hold on, let me open up the Zoom. If somebody, maybe I ain't seen Reggie, I ain't seen, oh, there go James, what's up? James, you on deck? I don't know, we could keep it popping. I got more of the show, but I got to bust the move. Let me see. Maybe I could just come back later, but if somebody hit the link, it's cool.
Recording in progress.
My recording stopped.
Recording stopped.
That thing is like when people who be having the fire alarm going off in all their YouTube videos. And I'll be like, damn, I've been subscribed to you for 8 months, and the same fire alarm keep going off in your video. Man, just go get some batteries. Golly. All right. So hit the link if y'all can. We could keep the show going. If not, I'm going to have to keep it. I mean, I want to keep it going. But if not, I'm going to have to shut it down. And hopefully I can log in from my phone. So to continue this, look, I don't be rushing to pick up no high schooler. You ain't doing me like that. You should be gone. You should be getting your ass home anyway. I'm Pops. I'm not Moms. I'll be there in a minute. It's just like that. Let me see. And one thing I don't do is wait on no kids. You can wait on kids. I wish I would have kept my dad or my mom waiting. Like I'm doing something all in the school and they in front. Man, it would have been curtains. I got to be standing written right there. What's up with Patah? Now I'm putting Sa'ank. Now notice here. He does different things that we could talk about. All these different things that get done. First, he came to and he seized the land, right? And it's kind of like the southern lands, and then he gonna do some more and put what the crown, the double crown upon his head. So he got both the lands because he gonna put the double crown on his head, right? But then he gonna unite the two lands, and then they tell you about something like protecting, and if someone, hopefully, I see you, James Peace, and if it'll be a good time for people who really read the, could come in. And we got the suit and the B, so they protecting or whatever the north and the south. Maybe the word ain't protecting. But now we got Haka NF. He has ruled. He has ruled. Now, why this can't say black people? I don't get it. He has ruled Egypt, and he has given Jeshurun, or he has placed Jeshurun on his horns. That's what
Hold
they
on,
say.
Smash. We can't see it on down
In the Zoom. Okay.
I can't see it on this end, so I need to.
Yep.
But hold on. I came in right when you was looking at that, what you was looking at where it had.
I'm about to make you the host real quick if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, but I came in when you had made the people determinative and then showed the land determinative after that with the red land, right? So is this the exact primary that they're
and they saying from this.
That's what I think definitely that you need to make clear, that this is the exact primary that they're using.
But I haven't even got to get to the ones that that we've been analyzing to where they talk about the Egyptian speakers, and unfortunately, my shows I just be dragging them out too long. But I'm gonna try to keep this going because that's the title of the show. So real quick, I want to make you the host. Let me see. First, I gotta share it so everybody can share their screen. Then I'll make you the host. Let me see. All right.
Okay.
Let's see. Make host. All right, yeah, and y'all feel free to hit the link. You ain't gotta agree with me to hit the link. Should I keep that thing shared and y'all can unshare it when y'all want to, or what?
Yeah, that's cool.
All right, well, let me see how I can do that.
But I don't see it. Like I said, I
yeah,
don't
I'm
see it.
gonna try to pull it back up, and then I gotta get Ghost.
Yeah, but yeah, that's just it. Just the that's why I wanted to make sure that this is the exact line and text that we're a scrutiny. Because I hadn't. I mean, you may have shown this before, but you know now that they came back. You know they're convoluting things, so it's good to get it back on the right track with the line.
So you see it in the Zoom?
Mm-hmm. I see it right now.
Well, right now this text gonna be on the screen until I come back. And I probably don't.
Well,
need
wait,
to do it like that.
you can let me change it, right? I can take it off the screen.
But if but for some reason, the people won't be seeing it. So I'll be back. Just go ahead. I'm gonna probably tap in from my phone.
Okay, so I can share something if I want to.
Yeah, you can share what you need to share.
Okay. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Like that's what I really wanted to harp on. Peace, Joy. I see you moving around. What's happening with you?
You hear me, right?
Yeah, Mike is kind of. I can hear you. You say I heard you say something. So go ahead. Let me see how it goes.
You ever heard of a grammar book called "Let the Ancestors Speak" by Uncle Leroy?
Not me personally.
Yeah, it's actually a book written by a black man who it's written by a black person. He was planning on writing several more volumes, but he ended up passing away before. So I don't know if that's a book you might be interested in looking at. If you Google it, you can download it for free on off the internet. I think you get it off Google Drive.
Oh, okay.
I've been looking into it a little bit. I don't know if you might want to add that one in.
Right.
When you're doing on the show.
Yeah, well, like me, I've been looking at this for a while now. I mean, everything that we're all dealing with this particular argument that the people that can read the glyphs are making. So this known map, which I heard somebody said that it was an excellent map to use. I'm gonna pull this known map up so why Smash is out. So I could just, go over some of this, from a simplistic standpoint, like, how I'm rendering this or looking at this, because I think it is an excellent map if you really want to look at it from a simplistic way. So it's things on this map that we could look at, and particularly this Nuit symbol. So I wonder if I could zoom in a little bit. Hold on. Is it zooming in or not? Well, these Nuit symbols, here's a bigger one. The symbol that's right out representing Lower Kemet, Ta-Mehu. But this right here, this is a Nuit symbol. But I bet you if we were to go over all of these Nuit symbols that's in this picture, they're gonna all be locations of cities, right? And that's what the argument is, because when you look, they have other symbols. This is a canal glyph right here, but this represents something with water, right? The Faun. It's an oasis, but it has water. Everybody knows that. Here's a little lake right here. But even when they put another canal glyph and it has the town determinative, we see when you go to the arrow, and I wish I could, I might not stop sharing. Hold on, let me see if this is zooming in, because I keep doing it, but it's not zooming in. Let me stop sharing and then I'm gonna come back and share it again with it zoomed in, because it doesn't seem to be zooming in when I'm doing while I'm sharing. So we could see this kind of in a magnifying scope. Okay, so hopefully everybody can see this now. But what you got to trip off, because I don't think that the people of Kemet were illiterate, and it seems like they're trying to say that this Nuit symbol, which is this symbol right here, does not represent a town or city, but it represents a riparian zone, or something to have to do with inundation, or so we see right here what they have for the Mediterranean, and they have Wajware, right? And here's that the same bird, but when you see the determinatives behind Wajware, you see that they have 3 water ripples. So, and we see what this is. This is water. So these people are using these symbols kind of like you'd have to be, if you're looking at it from an elementary standpoint, like kids, like this represents water. So now we start to look at what the determinatives are behind all of these symbols. Now, each one of these with this Nuit symbol, I'm almost certain that if we went through each one of them, they're going to represent a city somewhere where inhabitants of people are at. And then you will see some of these that won't have the same determinative behind it. So that's what I'm just saying, from somebody that doesn't look at the glyphs, or you just looking at what the people who do read the glyphs arguments is, start to look at for the Nuit symbol and what they're associated with. And each one of these is associated with a city if you even know the history of it. So going down the Nile and going all the way across the Delta, you will see the same Nuit symbol associated with some type of city that we know that they're cities are inhabited. Now, if you go over here, Sinu, it does not have a city determinative. It has something to do with a water determinative, right? But watch this. We're going to go all the way up here to whatever this is. Okay, this is representing the Syrians. And just like Smash said, when you want to talk about people, even though they have this foreign land determinative in the throw stick, they have a human behind here. And this human right here represents this picture right here, which is going to be the Syrians. And I think you would call it Hakawu. I mean, from what I'm looking at, what the spelling right here is. Hakawu, or something like that. But okay, let's go to Jerusalem. Now, we know Jerusalem would not be considered a part of Kemet. When we look at Jerusalem, you have a foreign land determinative, right? We're going to go on down to what we call Gaza. Same thing, foreign land determinative, right? Keep going down. Now, when you start to get off into what they call their territory, you start to see this Nuit symbol for all of the cities. These are cities too. Jerusalem is a city, but it does not have a Nuit symbol because it's outside, it's a foreign land. So they only use this Nuit symbol to represent, from what a paper that I'm going to pull up later is going to say, that this is what this represents. This represents a town determinative. And if you look into the Gardner Code, it's going to be in position of buildings or parts of buildings. It's not going to be in a natural state like water or land, something that humans don't build. Okay, so even this right here in the Sinai, this is what they consider, and I guess, a part of a foreign land, and they give a human determinative, which these people, the Bedouins or the Shasu, are associated with. Again, looking at this, when they want to talk about people, we see human determinatives with plural strokes, foreign lands, and throw sticks. But when you start to get off into where they say their territory is, you will start to see no foreign lands unless you're out into these oases. So this is just us looking at and paying attention to these to the known map. Now going back into where their territory is, when they want to say something about water, They use these 3 water strokes, and then they use these canal glyphs. This is what we see. All the way down the Nile. Now, what this is, Heracles, you will see that this has something to do not with the city, but with something with water. Going on out to the oasis out here. See, this ain't along the Nile, but this is what they call the red land out in the desert area. Now, notice this, out of all of this, you will see a canal cliff. So it's some water out here. That's all that represents, is some type of water out here, but this still is out in the oasis type of desert type of zone. Pyramid. The pyramids of Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure. You see, they put pyramid determinants behind it to let you know they're not talking about a city. They're talking about a pyramid structure. So I'm saying that these people are intelligent enough to know the difference between these Nuit symbols and these foreign. So here we go again. Another people, the Tanahu. They have a people determinative with throat strokes letting you know, with plural strokes letting you know that they're different people. Going on down. But this is what I want us to trip off of. Now, these are gnomes of Upper Egypt. Now, I don't know how this works because of the chronology of it, but I'm taking it that I know from basically looking at the Gardner Code that these bottom things on these are standards. The bottom symbol on these standards represent what Wujau and Nassar is talking about. This is the image for irrigation. So if you look on all of these standards for each gnome, they're saying that each gnome is standing on irrigation, on an irrigated part of their land. So if you go look at these gnomes, all of these gnomes are on the Nile. So, and then they put Upper Egypt at Tashamawu as a irrigated land marker. They don't even have a Nuit symbol, I6 glyph. So this is the stuff that we got to trip off of. You see what I'm saying? Now, going into Philae. Philae, if you see that this black dot right here is represented in the black dot, and all of the other towns will be represented in red, because these are towns outside of, they're not actually inside of the river. They're sitting adjacent to the east side of the river. This was on the eastern bank, Komombo. Edfu's on the western bank. So they're sitting a little bit outside of the flood zone where these, and they all have these Nuit symbols, see? So what you want to trip off of, okay, we know that this says First Cataract. So bam, if we went all the way up here along this Nile area, we only see Nuit symbols. But as soon as we get right here, we see a foreign land determinant right here at the First Cataract. So below this line, this represents elephantine. You see the elephant here? See how crazy that is? See, that says elephantine. But it has a foreign land determinant, and it's still on the Nile. This represents this same city because this is where they split at. On the northern side of it, it represents Aswan, Abu. But you see, they still have this determinative, the Nuit symbol, representing that this is part of their land. Soon as you get up under this line, they say this is foreign land. But this is still on the Nile. So watch this. We're going to go on down the Abu symbol. Now you see it still has the foreign land determined. But then you trip off of this. Now they got a Nuit symbol right here too. So this is the type of stuff that you analyze. See, here's another foreign land determinant. But you won't see this foreign land determinative on the Nile until you get right here, the First Cataract. So from what we're saying and what we observe, this only represents town because we know Koambo is a city. We know that Edfu is a city. We know that these are cities. We know that Thenis is a city. We know this. We know that Aswet is a city. So that's what the argument is, everybody. And even if you go out to the Valley of the Kings, you don't see Nuit symbols because this is where people get buried at. So I'm just saying, and this is what you would see. You see a foreign land alternative, but this also just represents desert. What I'm seeing, it can represent foreign land, but I think it represents desert oasis as well. But you will see this slanted symbol right here represents a riverbank or something like that. But we know that this is an oasis here. So we know that water's here as well, because people go where water's at. But this is just something that I wanted to show. And then I don't know if anybody else is trying to get in, but that's something that I wanted to show. And then for people that's really just trying to follow the argument from a simplistic standpoint as well, just looking at that and then questioning Wu Zhao on like, why is all of this? Even if we go out into the Red Sea, you see that they don't have a Nuez symbol. They have a lot of water determinatives and Nile determinatives, canal determinatives all out here. Throw sticks, but they don't have Nuez symbol. Now these right here, these represent cities. And if we look them up, these are going to be representative of cities, all of these three. But these are just cities going out to the Red Sea. So that's what I would say about that. But I don't think I'm sharing. Let me stop sharing. Let me see if I can get to another part, because I wasn't sharing my screen. I want to share the Gardner Code so we could definitely have an understanding. So even if people want to question what Wu Zhao and them are talking about, we'll be able to do it at least from a simplistic standpoint. So this is the Gardner Code, and I'm gonna go up so we can see. This is the Gardner Signs list, and then I'm gonna go into the N and then into the O's, because those are really the two sections that we need to of scrutiny. That now hold on, let me look at that again. The hieroglyph, what does that say? So the hieroglyph, it just says hair. It don't say nothing about black on it. I want to point that out. We don't see the hair. If you see the hieroglyph, it does not necessarily mean that it has to be black hair. But anyway, let's keep going. So we're in the D's, we're in the E's, F's. And also another thing about this is the taxonomization of all of these parts. This just lets you know how these people were not illiterate of how to do things. Like they had things, and they can say that this is a modern taxonomization, that somebody Gardner did this or whatever. But I'm pretty sure these people had this stuff as well. I wouldn't just put this. Okay, so we're in the reptile. So this is the eyes that we're in. Okay, this is the chem glyph. So it says Kim, and then they see, look, they got it as Egypt. And we wouldn't agree with that. You see what I'm saying? We wouldn't agree with that rendition. That Kim, that means black or dark or something like that. I don't know. We should all be able to render that as what it is. But I don't know. Look how long it's taking me to get down to what I'm trying. Okay, so here's the end. So let's trip off of this as people that's not really for people that's not really knowing what the glyphs are. This represents something that nature does. And for my personal opinion, I'm not saying that everybody has to agree, but this represents the sky, which man don't make. This represents the earth, which man don't make, and this represents water, which man don't make. Now let's trip off of all the symbols that they have. This represents the sky. This represents the sky. This represents a variation of the sky. That's what VAR represents. This represents the sky with rain. This represents the sun. Through the sun with the Uranus. But let me get down to where we start to talk about the land. Okay, so this represents the land. This is the first part of what they're doing out of these three things, which this is going to fall in the earth category because this is land. We're going to go down to where they start to talk about all the determinants they have for land. Flat land with grain. So we know when we see this, if you start to pay attention, this is going to be flat land with rain. With grains. This is going to be a variation of that. That's what VAR stands for. This is going to be a strip of sand. This is going to be the two strips of sand. Now, notice how this has small on this end, and then it's a little bit thick on this end. It says, go ahead.
I think I just messed up the show and knocked it off YouTube.
You got to be shitting.
But I might have just did it when I entered. Sometimes when I do that, YouTube will stop. Listen.
Let me go look and see. I'm gonna go see if it stopped. I'm behind. Let me see what happened. No, I think it's still going, Smash. You hear me? No, it's still going because I just went and looked. And I just checked the audio as well, so it's still going. And somebody said we're here. Can you hear me, Smash? Oh, you broke out. Well, okay, let me see if I can go back to Smash get back. Dang, hold on. Let me stop real quick. Yeah, let me get back to that screen. And hopefully, this will help for people that like know much about this stuff, but we trying to follow along, right? That's what my purpose of doing this, right, for. So let me share my screen again. So again, I'm back to the Gardener Code. Remember, we're just dealing with sky, earth, and water, right? And right here, we're getting into the land determinatives that we would see. All of them, right? And we know that it says a shore, okay? So this will be kind of like what Wuja and Asar would be talking about. If we need to see this right here for if we want to say something about a riverbank or a shore. Okay, this says the two banks. When we see this glyph, right? This is a field. So this represents a field. Now look, this says a canal or a boundary, land, tie. So all of these represent some type of now look, see this one right here, N24 represents irrigation canal system. You see that? So if I go back over to the standards, y'all will see this is on the bottom of each standard. But let's keep going to so I will finish all of the land determinants that we have. You back, Smash? But anyway, so this represents the watery areas right here, off in here. You see what I'm saying? All of these four would be something that we would need to see for what they're talking about. Now, when we get off into this, which is what we seen what Smash was showing, where they had the human determinants in the foreign land or the desert areas, it says foreign land or hill country. So it could be one of both. It could either be foreign land or a hill country, right? Here, this one right here with just the with the one slope is going to be a mountain. So these people have taxonomized everything that they could think of to describe what they wanted to describe with using picture graph, basically. Here's one with the sun disk with the same little mountain region, and it represents horizon. So here goes something. Here goes one of the glyphs that they're trying to say that represents Kim, which is a sandy slope. So this is all of the renditions of anything that has to do with land. And here's water. Here's another canal glyph. Hold up, you kind of muffled out, man.
Okay.
Yeah, you in the matrix right now, man. Yeah, you in the matrix. Can you hear me? Yeah, wait till you get to a better spot and try again. But until then, I'm gonna try to stay on this until you get into a better spot. So let's go down. So this is the end of this whole section. All this section has something to do with sky, earth, and water, something natural. So now watch this. Trip off of this, everybody. Now, this is the next Gardener Code section. It represents the old. It represents buildings and parts of buildings. I'm not going to even waste y'all time going through all of this. Y'all can look this up for yourself by going to the Gardener Code. We're going to trip off where the position that they put this 049 glyph that they saying represents canal or repairing. Now, y'all know this represents buildings or parts of buildings. It says an area with crossroads, and then we see Nuit. That's how you say it in Medu Nature. Nuit represents a town. It just says it right there. So anything outside of this, then we need explanation as to why this is not off in this section right here in a natural section for land, or anything that has to do with the canal, a sandy area, a hill country, or anything like that. Why is this not off in this section if it represents something natural? This is often something that man builds, building or building parts. Like you see, I don't know why this is doing this. Hold on. You see this right here where it says house, a house plane, per. I'm smashing them. I've already went over all of this with us. So for me, I'm gonna have to rock with what this says until they can show us something different, especially with the primary that Smash just showed, with the text that they're using. One has humans, and the last one for red land has a land determinant. So I'll stop right there and see if Smash or anybody want to come in and see if I messed that up, or if I just simplified that in a way to where some of us that don't read the glyphs could even understand that.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is anybody else in the chat?
No, nobody ain't clicked the link yet. And if they did, I probably was reading, but now I'm back to where I can monitor if somebody wants to come in.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm right around the corner from the house, but I ain't heard nothing wrong. That sounds pretty accurate to me. They are stretching the range of that to try to say, okay, it means something riparian. Now, there are instances where you see that glyph with the X got blue in it, and so they say that represents water and it's showing canal channels. But there are also instances where the X don't got blue and the outskirts got blue. And so with the 049 glyph, it's just about sticking to the scholarship and not really, I mean, if you stick to the scholarship, you're going to get towns and villages, and those are all indicative of places where people roam. Not no ghost town, don't get no 049. And so I'll wait till I get to the house, but yeah, I'm just 5 minutes away.
So like for you, like somebody that read the glyphs, like if you went through each one of those, one with the determinants of the I-6, those are towns, right? We would be able to go through historically and find I sweat, and that would be somewhere where humans were inhabiting that area.
Yeah, but I-6 is the Kim glyph.
Oh, excuse me. I mean the 049 glyph.
Yeah, those
each time that we run into that along that known
but
map.
That doesn't contradict their argument, because they're saying that all of the areas along the Nile is riparian areas and blah blah blah. So that's why they saying you want to go there? That's why they saying that we see the 049 glyph.
No, but that don't make sense, Mash, because right when you get past the first known, it's a city right up under that, and they put a foreign determinative glyph. I can show everybody. We looking right at it. Wu Zhao said this is a great fucking map, so we finna agree with Wu Zhao. Hold on, let me pull this known map out.
Agree about what?
Hold on, watch this. I'm just something I know. I'm finna pull it down right when we get to. Soon as we get to the first cataract, that's if I'm from what I know, the first cataract is where Nubia or whatever where Egypt stops at, right? I just say that, right? Ain't the first cataract where Egypt stopped and then the other people begin? Like, look where I don't know if you drive.
It depends on what time period you're talking about, but yes, but basic.
Yeah, it does move. I will agree with that. But if you look on this known map right here, it's got a first cataract sign right here. And if you look at where it says Aswan, it has a Nuet symbol, but then it has a slash for Elephantine. And then Elephantine has a foreign determinative glyph. So why does it have that? Right? And is Aswan and Elephantine, is that the same thing? In different time periods.
Island. Elephantine is an island. And okay. I don't know if Aswan is all an island.
Okay, then when you get to the house, okay, so what is Philae?
An island.
So Elephantine and Philae are two different things or the same thing?
I think they're two different islands in the south.
Okay, yeah, we need to figure that out. Because when you look at this,
the dot for Elephantine is above the dot for Philae.
Right. Okay, so where is Aswan at, and why does that have a slash right there? Where is Aswan? Okay, we're gonna say that red dot right there. If that's Elephantini, that red dot represents Elephantini.
The island of Elephantini is probably in the region of Aswan.
Okay, now watch this. Why does Elephantini have a foreign land determinative? And then why does Aswan have a new symbol?
Well, that's a good question. Now, there's plenty of things that could be said about that,
but watch this, man. If I go up, watch. If I go up, you're not gonna see along this now. You ain't gonna never see this foreign land determinative along the now no more once we go past this sign. Watch.
That's on the map that you're looking at, but that map.
I agree. We just using this map for right now. But watch this. When I go down, you still seeing foreign land determinative on the now for cities or whatever this is for Akin. You see it right here. But if I go all the way up from right here from this first cataract, I'm not gonna see it no more, and it's gonna be on the now. So if this foreign land determinative can be on the now, this ain't got nothing to do with no irrigation, does it? Right. Look, if we can have a foreign land determinative exactly on the now, then this don't have nothing to do with irrigation.
Man, no one argues. I don't know who's arguing that the 049 got something to do with irrigation, bro.
So
like,
that ain't what they say.
I mean, that's what they saying, but they just saying, they just talking.
Okay, so right, so bam, so we use this
map. Stuff that prove.
Right. But see, using this map.
So have they proved it? Have they?
No, they haven't proved it. They haven't proved it. They haven't proved it. That's what so that's why I was saying, if we got a town on the now and with this foreign land determinative, then this can't mean irrigation.
But you're probably right in multiple ways. How about if there's no Egyptological book that say it means irrigation? Like, we can't take
I'm just trying to do it the simple way, because it seems like the hard way, people is confused. The right way, rather. It ain't really the hard way, but that's so much technical stuff that they using. They convoluting the story to where most people can't follow it. But if we use simple imagery right here and put this foreign land determinative on this city right on the now, how could it bring irrigation if we see this? That's a checkmate question. How could we see? We know that Elephantine is a city on the now. If we see a foreign land determinative on the now in the same position, then this 049 glyph cannot mean something for irrigation.
Yeah, that's cool.
On top of the argument that you're making that nowhere in any type of Egyptological research do we see this as such.
All right, well, I don't disagree with that. I just say that if you want to form that argument, you might want to look at how throughout different time periods.
Right.
Because something might contradict what you're saying at a different time. And that's just a map intended to show us other things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We got to delve deeper right. But I'm just saying, if that is a thing, we need to make sure we can point to that. Because I think if that's going to be consistent, that would be pretty much something that we could end this on.
What's this?
So you made it back? You sound like you clear.
I just got back to the house, yeah. I needed to get some food, but I wanted to continue about what we was talking about because, again, it's the people saying that there's no way probable, no way possible that this could be talking about black people. Even though the scholar said, I don't know if this is a real rendition, but it definitely could be read black people. Now we're seeing it's a real rendition. And not only that, we see the verbiage before it is saying that he brings life to, and Egypt doesn't qualify here. You normally, look, let me show you something I figured out.
Hold on, let me read that first line. So that says Sa'unk N-Rod, NF.
No. Sa'ank, NF. That
Oh, okay.
that's
Well,
the
what
that's
is
the
that circle right there up under
the
there?
KH for Ankh.
Oh, okay, damn. See, without all the little stuff that they put inside of it, yeah, this is somebody's handwriting though, huh? So yeah, I wouldn't. Okay, but maybe okay. So if it don't got the dot in it,
well, you know, because these are the phonetic complements after the word Ankh. Then if
okay,
you see an
yeah,
N in a circle, you know that's
it's
the
gonna
N.
be a K.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, my bad.
But just check it out, and this is what I want people to trip off of. He talked about the lands in the yellow, and then we gave him this one. But then he went on and repeated it. First of all, there's nothing that should make you say from real logic that this is talking about a land right here. Because you see two people.
Right.
At the most you can stretch it to is inhabitants of a land. Right? But even that's going to be even further because, well, okay, you can say you just can't leave out the black. So you have to say the inhabitants of, if you want to make this a land, you got to say this is the inhabitants of the black land. And then you're going to say, oh, it's about the silk. See what I'm saying? Because back here, but everybody see now that they got people there. Now, I didn't want to leave out these other instances below it because it's being unfair. I got to show these in yellow. Right here, they talking about the two lands again. We see that, right?
Right.
Mech. It's like, behold, it says Mech, Hui F, or he has smitten or whatever, something like to hit the two lands or whatever. Struck.
Okay, what is them two things right behind the two land?
Or this might not be.
Those no, I'm talking behind it. Those are canal glyphs?
Yeah, those are the canal glyphs.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Okay.
Yep. And then we got him talking about Adibwe here, the two banks.
That's some type of banks. See, they
so we
telling
point now, but peep gang. After this, it started talking about different ranks of people, and there's no way they could get around this. Let me show you. You don't have to read the glyphs to know this. You're gonna see repetition. Watch this. And I'm gonna put all of the just look up something. Use my phone. Hold on, real quick. Where my phone at? I don't want that. No. I don't know where my phone at, so find my phone real quick. Hold on, let me press mute. Just give it here. All right, so look, I'll do it. So look, now, first what we're gonna see is in blue is the statements where they address human entities, and Chris provided an entity where they do talk about the land, but we ain't seen it yet. And I already know that he talked about from a time period like 400 years later. I ain't tripping off that. I'm looking at it before this and up until this point. Every time we see this blue here, before this and up until this point, it references to some humans or an entity that humans created, like a nature. Something that they act like it was alive. Now, you're going to see this 2 times, and then we see another group of people, but I want to show a different statement. Let me see. So I want to start from here. Well, and go all the way to this group of people back here. But I'll just show you the people, right? But they shouldn't be in blue. So this is Sa'ank right here. Now, this is the theory, and some could beat this theory up. It works with Brother Reggie's theory that Kemet was the divine group, right? So he's saying...
They look like they kicked it off.
Well, he's saying he brought life to them first, and he took away their worries or whatever, right? Now we got Sa'ank, these other group of people. Now, exactly. And so I'm about to highlight them. And you see them with the people determinative too. But notice one thing I need us to notice. If Brother Reggie's pointing out to us that the Kemet's people might have been like the divine, then they would probably be the foremost or the most the highest rank, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Because next we find this could just mean regular people or partitions, but if you look it up, it also could mean the nobles. And when we go into the translation, they say he has brought life to the nobles here. Now, the last class of people we're going to see here is literally one of the lowest class in ancient Egypt. Oops, dang, my color's coded. Told you. The lowest class in ancient Egypt would be this one, right? Reket, or the Reketi, or the Rekutu was just like, it turned out to be like northern foreigners, but it's just like commoners in a way. So
hold up, man. Now how? Oh well, I know you know, but I'm just saying. So if you were trying to explain, how do you know that those people were the lower class of those two?
Because we know the use of the terms.
Okay.
The use of the term when they refer to Riketi, it used to be like people who was like in the marshlands and the deltas, but it sometimes it could just refer to just like your common everyday people.
Okay.
Just like this could too, pot. But if we look at how they're not saying common everyday people with Kemet, common everyday people with pot, and common everyday people with Raket, right? And so Riketi, so they probably saying, I propose, and this works with what Brother Reggie said. First, he addressed the higher class, the divine people, the Kemet, and you see the people glyph. And he took away their distress. Next, he brought life to the second class, the nobles, right? If I look up pot right here, look. It's gonna say nobles. Can you see the dictionary? Let me see. Hold on.
No, I'm still looking at your screen.
Well, I don't have to look up everything, but if I look up pot, it's gonna say nobles. Hold up. Okay. You want to go somewhere?
Do they have a location for this pot people? They represent punch?
No, the pot people definitely don't got a location. They are just nobles or dignitaries. Watch this. Just get whatever. I'm not tripping. I'm totally ain't tripping. Let's look right here. PAT. It will say something like people. Are you not seeing it?
No, I'm only still seeing the
All right, I gotta share it different. Hold on. But man, it means nobles and dignitaries. Hold on. I'm tired of showing everything.
No, you can keep moving.
Yeah, it's taking me all along. And then this one, now look up PAT and you'll see nobles there. And I think I got this text still open in the TLA, but I'm tired of looking everything up. Now let's watch this one. Look at this, watch. Anybody who don't believe that PAT means nobles and dignitaries can look it up. Now, we got another group of people here. Have y'all tripped off that?
Yeah, these people are some foreign people.
Well, they're not really foreign, but they are called. Now, this is crazy because this is the Auntiu, I would say, right? And the root is on. That pillar right there. Which gives us the people of An, or those related to An, and that's not a foreign place. So that's why we got to trip off this. But when they say this word, they try to relate it less to An, and then they say that these are the Untiu, just some bowmen, some desert bowmen. But if you don't want to translate this first thing as a quiver, you got to relate it to the pillar, and these are the people of the pillar. These will be the people related to An, which they later called Heliopolis or something like that, right? And even before that, we see something like Pet F, Kasat. Now here they want us to actually pronounce this. This isn't a determinative for foreign lands here. This says Kasat, right? Because you find it after this F, so it's its own word. It ain't a determinative for this Pet F, Pet NF, Nah, it's more like say Kasat here and Kasat U. So now you're talking about rulers of the foreign, all of the foreign lands, you know, basically.
Right.
But I would like to show the translation. And I just really was coming to here to see, look, they talk about lands up here, but down here they are talking about all kind of different people. So to argue that they're not talking about people here, and if you want to say, well, they're talking about Egyptians, nope, you the one doing the anachronism. This term Kemet.
So hold on, let me get this straight. So you saying, because basically up there they have the one in the yellow. You're saying basically because they're talking about land on everything up there
around
in the
it that they saying that this one
that represents land too.
Even though they see people there.
Yeah, even though we see people there. But then when you get past that, then they actually do mention the people.
And they talking about, and they use the same glyph, but so this one say Egypt, and this one down here say Egyptians. Or they both say Egyptians, let them tell it. Both of them are anachronisms. I'm sorry I didn't get to the point that I intended to talk about even in this video, because I'm about to get ready to close it down, so I'm just going to go over it kind of briefly. And now, from where? All right. You ordered it already? No, let me change it. All right, it's cool. Hold on. So let me show you something. All right. And we back to the TLA, probably right back to the same text. And they probably squirming in their chair that we looking at the TLA. We're going to go back to commit to you. And the attestation that I want us to look at, which I propose that, all right, now my rendition works better. You can't say, I had to think about this for a minute. Egyptian speakers don't work. And I gave it some thought. And in the context of the text, it say the Black Heralds. And I'm sorry that y'all have to bite it. You're going to say it, don't say the Black Herald, but I'm going to show you why it says that. Because, so here's Kemetti, now we're going to look here, right? It takes us to these 6, right? And I probably could extract the 7, but one of them repeat. So look, we'll come down here. Now first notice, this one is the one we just was looking at. He came after he has quickened the inhabitants of Egypt and removed their distress. That was the one we was looking at on that paper where we seen the Kemetti U, the Tanakh F, blah, blah, blah. Right? So we're going to come right after that. We find it on, and I don't know why we'll never talk about this one, but we find this Kemet, look at the Kemet, it got a man with a hand to his mouth, a woman, the 3 strokes, and the town determinative. And they translating this as Egyptian speakers. What time period is this? 11th dynasty. Do you think it was something called the Egyptian language for there to be these to be translated as Egyptian speakers? So they keep doing that. And they want us to say, oh, well, you know what we mean? Nah, let's do it right. This say Kim, Metz. It got a man with a hand to his mouth, and then a woman, and then 3 strokes in the town determinative. Since it got all of these things, we have to consider everything that they want us to mean, particularly why this man's hand is to his mouth. And so
that's what I'm tripping on.
So
what's up with his hand being to his mouth? Because other than that, I think that's black people, and I don't know how would you.
It don't say Egyptian speakers. It don't say
black people's town.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how would I say that. Black, it say blacks. I mean, I don't know. Hold up. But what is his mouth like? What that mean?
So if you read the sentence, starting from the beginning, they're talking about going in a particular direction in a boat.
Right.
So Imkhed is like northward, right? Now we got a directional 2 after that. And then this is all broken up, but they say that this was saying, oh, I didn't finish my thought. They say that this was saying Erlaza, which is a location. So these boats are traveling north to Erlaza, right? Now let's check this out. and it says go, but you notice that's in parentheses. Now it says N1, that's not there either. All we see is a na, which is like these ships, depet or depetu, nets are neat kemet. Now this will be these boats belonging to, now let's stop. The boats don't belong to a country at that point. So they know not to say the boats belonging to Egypt, because that would have been, it wasn't no country ideal for Kemet yet. You feel me? They would probably say the boats now. So what is the word that we do see is black. So it say boats belonging to black. That don't really make no sense. Boats belonging to black, and then you see some people right there, and then you see a town determinative. But the man is holding his hand to his mouth. Now, if you read the whole message and we get the context of this text, it's talking about delivering a message to somebody before some beef break out. So with that context in mind, hold on. With that context in mind, then it would be appropriate to think of this as some type of speakers, but it's a Egyptian speakers. And that's misleading us to think that there was some notion of an Egyptian language at this time. Whatever language they spoke, it still was the language of the black. It was Kemet, Rani Kemet. So it's hard to get away. You just gotta they just gotta redefine what black means. Right? Hold on a second. That's another real quick. Hold it down for me.
Right. Yes, I'm looking. Yes, I'm looking at this. I even put complete off in there. So north to Aluza, go into one of these ships of Egyptians or Egyptian speakers, there who will shall speak to the rulers of Alaza with the commission from Bablos as follows. But see, all that's broken out.
But look,
so
my argument is simply saying it would be best if we translate. It would probably be most accurate if we translate this as the black heralds. For multiple reasons. Not the black messengers, but the black heralds, the guys who normally are known for delivering messages. And if you want to say, okay, well, what about the 049 determinative? We could definitely talk about it. Because they are from the area called the black. And so I'm not taking that away, right? Mm-hmm. That area was called Kemet. And Kemet means the black. So even if you was talking about the area and you're talking about these messengers, you would have said, all they said was Kemet. But it's referring to messengers from there, so they would be the messengers from the black. That don't say this. This more or less says the black heralds. It's not about translation, because they're not about to translate anything. You got to read, I'm talking to Shasmu, you got to read the nature of the story. And even from what we can see right here, it says they are going to speak to the ruler of Alazu with the commission from Byblos. So think about all the different languages that'll be required for one to know. They damn near would have had to been trilingual. So, so hold on, peep game though. So this is why I want to stray away from, and what Shasmu is saying has some merit to it, because it's kind of like what I'm leading towards, but I'm saying heralds, because they have to deliver messages, Translators don't necessarily have to deliver messages. They just got to translate from one language to another. But a herald would need the skill of a translator to be able to first, they're in the land of Ulaza. What language do they speak there?
I don't know.
Right? And then the man said, go into one of these ships of the Egyptian speakers. So that's another language.
Right.
That's really the black heralds that I'm saying. And there they say, who shall speak to the ruler of Aluzah or whatever with the commission from Byblos? So if the commission was from Byblos, they had to be able to read that too, right? These Egyptian speakers are these black heralds who are going to go deliver this message before the war. They'd have to be able to read the language of the Byblos people. So why would them speaking Egyptian? Them speaking Egyptian in this text is insignificant. That's why I'm saying the black heralds, the black people who deliver messages like this.
Now, when we see that glyph with the guy right there with his hand to his mouth, when you go to the text code, like to the Gardner code, what does it say that mean? But I also see it down on that bottom. It's on that bottom register too. You see doing that same.
It's associated with those type of things. But watch this.
Bam, go right there.
But watch this. Yeah, exactly. That's there for citizens' independence that they're questioning. And notice, it don't even got nothing to do with we got to say a message. Now, I'm going to put the word messenger. And when we see messenger, it ain't even going to be like that. I put message. When the man pop up giving a message, it's not going to be a dude with a hand to the mouth. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's going to be stated differently. Dispatch a message. And so, but if you go to, again, the word I did put, right? The one I chose, because I can support it like this. A herald. What's the difference between a herald and a messenger? A herald is the one who reports a message, but watch this. We will start to see now, right?
Yeah, it says repeat, report, or speech.
It is the one who got to deliver this message, right? You can find this used in just the word for language, so I'm not trying to be misleading, but I'm trying to find the one that fits most appropriately with what we're analyzing. And so, see, I still ain't.
Yeah, you got it. It says herald right there. So, right? But it's like a reporter, a register.
Yeah, now the fact that I like what Shesmu said about translator, but I just wanted to put us some caution. The difference between a translator don't gotta deliver a message to nobody. He has to translate a language from one language to another, but he don't gotta go nowhere and be like a messenger.
Right.
You know,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And a herald has to go on a trip and blow the horn, bum, 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 bum. This is from the king, and tell everybody the message. You know what I'm saying? And so, in a sense, they say go to the boats with the black heralds. I'm just saying, okay, they may have came to tell them something, and they also are possibly going off to repeat a message to this other entity. I'm not saying that you just got to take my thing and say I'm a PhD and
right.
This the end. But I like people to see that there's thought behind this, and it ain't just nothing that you making up willy nilly. And it's a lot stronger than the Egyptian speakers. Why? Because the word don't translate to Egyptian. Kemet, it don't. It say black. So we have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, ever since Reggie put me on game, I almost don't even want to say that no more. I try not to. Every time I see them superimposed Egyptian, I just go ahead and say black man. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm
we got to train our brains to do that.
That's real. Now let me choose something they want me to choose.
Yeah, whether they like it or not. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm at with it.
Yeah, I ain't even tripping off nothing nobody on like whether they like it. I'll be laughing at that part. You know, like it's not even, we too grown for that. We at this point we're not even trying to convince each other of nothing. The people who are listening and they on in the balance, they can decide on what they think. But I'm not trying to convince those people who steadily been detracted from this argument for so long. You know what I'm saying? Of anything, they already showed how they feel and how they gonna get down.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so
this the new TLA you in, Smash?
Oh no, I'm not in the TLA right now. I'm looking at the dictionary.
Yeah, but then you said something. They added something to
They
the
finally
TLA.
added the sorting. That's what I've been waiting on for heck of long because you couldn't sort.
And as soon as you did that, I went over there. It said May 2024. So yeah,
that's
they
when
just
they
did that. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I one day you was on there and I had been on there. I've been on there for about the last 2 weeks, and I couldn't make a change from German to English. And you was on the other day and you did it in my face. I was like, damn, there it go. So I appreciate that, bro. Because I've been trying to click. I know, you know how you can make it go to English. And when you hit English, it won't do it unless you right click. I didn't know that. So appreciate it. Now I can read it all in English and don't be having, because I was had to click into each one to get the English version because they, you know, they break it down that way.
Yeah, and so people can argue against these, but now I'll show the He says the boat. I don't know, Logic. You shouldn't be chiming in now. You never even read this attestation. But he's saying something about the boat don't belong to the entire Egypt. What is you talking about? It don't say nothing like that. And this order is way too expensive. DoorDash trying to hit me with $96.
Word?
What I do wrong? Chicken sandwich.
You talking about just for the delivery?
Yeah,
You must be ordering from Frisco.
Hold on, this 6-piece combo is $19. That's what's messing it up. Wow, get that up off of there. All right. There we go. Food be even expensive nowadays.
Man, I'm telling you, man, it's real butter is like $8.
What is?
To get real butter instead of margarine.
Oh, for real. Don't be wanting no real butter. You gotta get you some fake, huh?
You gotta get some margarine. No,
I ain't eating no margarine.
Yeah, what I'm saying. So you just gotta go get you some real butter.
That's like some Crisco or something.
Yeah, like
if you see Crisco in somebody's house, you might as well sneak it out their house for them. Just sneak it out. Like, bro, you got that trans fat. You on some other shit. But anyway, so now I will show instances of that primary too, because I got that too. It's right here. So let's talk about it. So people, this ain't the TLA. TLA don't provide this. You gotta go get this on your own. Right? So this is how it looked on the wall. That's why they only say these boats belonging to. So just for the record, this message and all of this communication, it happened in the Mediterranean, not on Egypt's side. The setting for this communication is on the North Mediterranean, particularly right there in the harbor of Byblos.
Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what Byblos is. That's on the island or something?
Nah, it's in the North Mediterranean. It's over there below Lebanon and right now modern day Israel and stuff. You know, it's
okay. Yeah,
it would be below over there, below modern day Gaza and stuff.
Okay, wow.
Now, but that's Northern Mediterranean Sea. And these boats from Egypt had arrived, or from Kemet, or from whatever, had arrived there. And this is the messenger telling his man, go to the boat with the. Now, let's imagine what an ancient harbor looked like. And imagine how he would have even known who was on the boat and all this stuff. I'd be like, man, we tripping. You won't know who speak what on what boat And you can't go to, y'all don't, that's why I hate saying this, but cats don't be boating. Cats ain't never been at a harbor that was full of boats, and then they ran off the boat to go get like some sodas or something to bring back to the boat. Now imagine you telling the attendant to take the sodas that you bought back to y'all boat, and you trying to give them away to tell them how to take the sodas back to their boat. Would you use the language? That'll be the least thing that he will be able to determine who to take the message to. If you don't get practical, then you can't even figure it out. Because you're going to be a man walking with a message in your hand, and down the shore, you probably see like 6, 7 boats. And you like, damn, he told me to take it to the boat with the Egyptian speakers. How the hell am I about to know that? I got to board the boat, or I got to say something hella loud in the Egyptian language. Hablamos Egyptian? Hablamos? Come on, man, that's stupid. So what we will propose is, okay, maybe they had a flag marking their boat. That's totally fine, but he wouldn't have told you to take it to those speakers. Most importantly, he probably would have been like, take it to the messenger of them who's going to deliver this message to the other people. And that's my point. When you look at it practically, if you go out to the Delta and you hit Ski Beach and you 30 deep, y'all 50 deep on boats, you're not going to say, take it to the boat with the people who speak African-American vernacular English. Take it to the boat to the people who speak Spanish. If anything, you're going to say, take it to the boat with the black people on it. Like, why is that too hard to say? And then on top of that, and I'm going to let us go on that, that was not my hunch or suspicion, y'all. I went and did more research and found out how they identified people on boats in the Mediterranean. You can't make this up. Look, I went and found this, and cats don't want to act like it mean nothing. You go find something that say riparian or anything other than this. Read this, bro. I'm going to read it. This is the same ocean, the same sea, right? On the same side of it, concerning Egyptians. But this is from the Greek perspective. So I now have a text from some northerners identifying Egyptians on a boat by their black limbs, dog. You can't make this shit up. And I have to pat myself on the back because that's good research.
Now hold on, Smash. I don't know if you're sharing something else, but I'm still looking at the one with the boat. With the boat with the 3 strokes.
I definitely am sharing something else. Watch this. So, in this story, in the subplants, Daniel's fleeing with his daughter, the Danyards, and pursued by his brother Egyptos. Remember when they told you, Reggie said, man, they got that from that god they had. I even got a source for that. But it says, and produced by the brother Egyptos with his sons, the Egyptides. So the Egyptides is the sons of Egyptos. Watch. Who were seeking to wed their cousin by force, climbing the hillock, looking out to sea, and describe the Egyptides, those would be the people of Egypt, at the oar, that means they're on a boat, the Egyptides at the oar, afar off in these terms. He looked out to sea. Okay, that's the Mediterranean Sea.
Mm-hmm.
Egyptides at the oar, afar by these terms. I could see the crew with their black limbs and their white tunics. Now, tell the truth. This is another attestation proving that, yes, they didn't identify people by their damn language when they was looking out to see some people on a boat. Even if that boat was docked on a harbor, you think they would have the privilege of boarding some strange boat to find out what language the people spoke on that boat, they probably get, man, cut it out, y'all. And so I very much could end with this Greek attestation of how people in the Mediterranean describe people on boats coming from Egypt by their black limbs and their black skin color. So therefore, when I go to this other one, I think I'll be overwhelming them. They don't be having enough sources like this. And I'm about to go kick it. I'm about to go kick it, man. It's good weather outside. I ain't been fishing in a minute. I got some RC cars. I ain't worked on them in about a year. I'm about to probably work on some RC cars. Oh, shout out for the Cash Apps. I see that right now. Shout out for the Cash Apps. And shout out for the members who support the channel. I'm going to get ready to wind this down. But you can clearly see on the screen, and you can look this up. Right? This isn't supposed to be a historical account. This
you know what?
What's
this right here, when you read this, I'm visualizing how all this shit went down.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? You can't do nothing but visualize. I can imagine some African people on the oar rowing and shit. You know what I'm saying?
And they said, look, I can see it, I can tell, I see they black limbs.
Yeah, that's crazy. And he's identifying them as Egyptians. But but at this time frame, this is probably what they called them. But these are some wild ass names, Egyptoids. I never heard.
Yeah, well, that's just part of the way that
just crazy. It sound crazy.
The person translated the book, and so yeah, I don't disagree with that. That sounds kind of crazy.
Yeah, but even if they use these terms to identify these people, the fact that he said that they had black limbs means that Egyptians is black.
I mean, I don't even like that. That was a given to the Greeks. They like dude who said this, like he could see the crew with their black limbs.
And he ain't even one of the top three that they bring out when they try to make the argument about what Greeks say.
Imagine if we was like, I can see the crew with their white limbs. Nobody wouldn't be questioning what that means.
Yo, every time I get to black, you know what I'm saying? That's magic. But
what it mean though? But what is a black limb though? You know, no one has explained what a black limb actually is.
Right.
This is how they get it in.
Embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? And then they contrast with white tunics.
Oh,
so he even seen. So what is a tunic? He even contrasted to what they had on. Right?
Yep. Now this ain't the same boat. This ain't the same time period.
Right.
This is another attestation. Nevertheless, I brought more supporting evidence that show that people in the northern Mediterranean wasn't identifying people on boats by what language they spoke. How that happened? I don't even understand your logic. Why don't the people who think that it say Egyptian speakers detail the process of how you take a message to a boat with the Egyptian speakers on it? How do you do that? First, you identify who's speaking a certain language on the boat, right? You think it was written on the side of the boat, we Egyptian speakers. You think they put metal netter on the side of the boat? Something happened.
That's possible.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not.
They could have had a flag like you proposed earlier.
Yep.
It could have been something, but it also could be the physical description of the people.
All of these could be probable, but nevertheless, the only one having evidence supported for it is the one I argue. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm arguing this the way they look, and I'm showing you the way that I think. I'm giving you the logic behind identifying people on the boat. It's not gonna happen by language first. If you
they didn't even have no problem doing this in what is this 525 BC. They didn't have no problem doing this.
He like, look,
this doesn't have nothing to do as they try to characterize as racist.
Exactly. They just saying I see them, blood, they black limbs.
I wouldn't even be offended if I read this. You know what I'm saying? That's what he's saying.
Yeah, no, there's nothing offensive here. He's describing who he sees.
Right. I'm like, it's nothing offensive about it.
So
but
look,
what I'm saying is they racialize any term of black to be something racial. And this predates slavery for those lists.
But let's look at this too. Because they was running from them. They running from the Egyptians. Somebody said the design of the boat, that's a very good one.
Mm-hmm.
The design of the boat will probably indicate that, okay, them people was from Egypt.
Correct. Yeah, that's another.
I'm not against none of those. But for the design of the boat to be indicative, they wouldn't have drew a man with his hand to his mouth. Feel me? And so when we look at the glyph, yeah, exactly. So they ain't talking about the design of the boat. They want you to take it to somebody who do something with his mouth from the black. So right? So what does he do? He delivers messages. He's a herald, not just like a translator though, but he got to have the skill of a translator, but we're going to send him on a mission with the message. So therefore, we got to consider him something else. You can say a messenger too, but that's not indicative of, to me, it ain't as high up as a person who be on a boat getting a message from another nation. That ain't just a messenger like a postman. That's like the official messenger. You see what I'm saying?
Right. So let me just tie something in to the real life experience, right? So yesterday I wasn't able to get on because I had got this new modem from AT&T. They was like, yeah, you need a new modem. We got the new high-tech stuff. So I was like, yeah, that way I could be able to do this and that. So they sent this technician out, and the guy was from the Congo, right? Mm-hmm. So you know us. As soon as we see family, we finna chop it up. So I was asking him questions, and he was talking about how in Africa, they speak more than one language. It's like a normal thing. So I asked him how many languages he speak. He said he speaks 5 languages. Mm-hmm. So in Africa, to speak more than one language is not abnormal, is what I'm saying.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. Now, if you want to read this whole text, I invite people to, and then you can also go like I did and get the primaries of it and look at it. And all we're going to see is, man, translating this the way they're doing. First, we all submit that they didn't say Egyptians here. Kemet didn't mean Egyptians. This is before, if you keep going down, this is before Thutmose II be like, they have Avaris, we have Kemet. So even 4 or 5 dynasties later, they still seen Kemet as something that didn't represent all of Egypt. So if you force this Kemet to mean in all of Egypt, then you're going to be able to say they talking about the Egyptian speakers or the people who spoke that language. But none of them seen this as all of Egypt at this time period. So therefore, this is like, you got to translate the black something. I'm sorry. If I'm wrong, allow me to be wrong.
No need to apologize, family. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to, like I said, even when you go through it and you look at all of the different ways that it can be used, and you use it on a syntax, some of that stuff makes perfect sense. That's the basic way that I think
look
you
at
should probably
this
do it.
With the syntax. Behold, like I said, it did say that their ruler Malki sent a letter with the ships. Nah, he ain't just sending a letter like to just know people who speak Egyptian. That's we English speakers. We don't got no rank. So he just sent a letter to anybody who speak the language? Nope. He sent a letter to the black heralds, the important ones who are going to deliver this message to another king. And they from the black. They from the black, Kemet.
Right.
Like, why are they mad at that? How about the heralds of the black city? See? All of that work. See?
Yo, you over there switching it up on that was nice.
Because it all works.
Yeah, it do work when you switch to them. You say Heralds of the Black City.
Yeah, I know that.
Because you can, what'd you say, how you call that? When you switch shit up to make it sound
in translation
aesthetically pleasing to what we say today.
Yeah, how about that? Is that not considerable?
Heralds of the Black
City.
If
you're willing to say, I mean, Yo, that yeah, okay, you have to concede that that only meant the black at this point. Why mean the black when you see it next to the red? See? But now it don't mean the black no more because the red ain't there. Cut it out.
Yeah. And see, we don't know what's supposed to be there because some stuff is missing. But and then you got a land determinative. But what is it? I don't know what that it says Habui at the end. What is that?
A place, you see?
At the very end, Habui.
You don't see the determinant.
Yeah, it's a land, it's a place. But see now, watch this. Go to the Mayhu. What is up with that? With those people right there, he got his hand to the mouth too.
That's a kid. So that just he's sitting down with a hand in the mouth, meaning that he's dependent on something.
Okay.
It's like a kid.
So and you know what? I can see the difference in him, how you could tell because it's a different. And so, so like I said, the taxonomy of this is crazy because each one of these, even though he do got his hand to his mouth, he's a definitely different position than that guy on the second
he's
line.
like sitting different, like not exactly. Here's what they mentioned in later. Behold, their ruler sent the letter to the ships with the black heralds. You can say I'm wrong with that. I'm not tripping, but it's qualified. Just like the scholars will tell you, they allow multiple interpretations by their students as long as they can support their translation.
Yeah, messenger of the Black City. But you saying he ain't going nowhere, so
well, no,
Herald of the Black City.
No, I didn't say that. I said since they're in action and they're representing this polity and delivering a letter from one king to another, they ain't just some people who can speak Egyptian on the boat. Right?
Right.
So we gotta take notice of that. They're not just saying take it to anybody who speak Egyptian. They like the Egyptian. You can say messenger too, but that don't signify status of one who's going to be relaying a king's message to another king. That is normally the herald, or somebody of a message relaying importance.
Yeah, but that plurality and that lady, you know what I'm saying? What's up with, you know what I'm saying? Like, what would that represent the or something like that?
No, that's just saying plurality, just like you said.
Okay.
So messengers are heralds.
Right.
I still say heralds of the Black City. They can say that ain't right. I wouldn't mind, but I would like to hear the well-formed theory. This is them delivering messages. Egyptian speakers don't work. How about the speakers? It's not. They don't need to speak Egyptian to deliver a Biblos message. They need to be able to read the message in whatever the language of the people of Biblos was.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. The Egyptian speakers is insignificant. It's the black herald who do this all the time. But that's my argument, and that's not, again, it's to be received however they want to receive it, but it's supported by the things I tried to lay out.
Still, and how many is off in this particular one? How many?
This amounts to like 3 or 4 different times. 3, I think. Let's look at the thing, the photos. I think I got 3 different instances when they're talking about this. Like this. So yeah, we could go from here to here. So this is niche 1, where we find it 2 times, I think.
It says 2 readings and variations.
So notice I'm about to point them out. Here go 1, right?
Yeah, it ain't moving if you sharing.
Oh, hold on, I'm tripping. I don't know why I'd be doing that. I thought I'd be sharing the whole screen. Let me share the whole screen. Screen 1. All right, that's 1 over there in the blue. Let me take that.
Right.
Let me take that off. That one, and here go 1.
Commit.
Now, if we go to the other, first I gotta make sure there ain't another one on here. But if we go to the next photograph, we'll see.
You know what's on? I need to ask you, Smash. Where is the rematch at up in this joint? Like, why we don't never see that up in the mix?
But they tell you.
I'm trying to figure it out. You know,
they want to talk about Egyptians. They
keep seeing Kemet everywhere, but I ain't seeing rematch everywhere.
Well, in this,
what's going
again,
on?
we in
Is
the
this a
12th
time
dynasty.
period thing?
Yeah, they had something about these people called rematch. Well, okay, they could say I made that up. Then why they got people behind? I mean, about Kemet. Why I got people behind Kemet? Can they easily explain that? Inhabitants of Egypt. Okay. So it's on here again, and I ain't seeing it right now. Maybe you can see it.
Yeah, slow down.
Somebody about to see it.
I'm seeing.
Maybe I'm wrong. It ain't on here again. Let's see.
Yeah, hold on.
I just don't see it, but
you didn't save it for nothing. So it's something on here.
I'm just going too fast. Maybe I don't see that on this one. Oh
yeah, I don't see it. If you see it, let me know.
I don't. I don't right now. I had to analyze. I think I was analyzing the use of determinatives in this text to see how many times he used people glyphs with the hand to the mouth and had he used them in any other words. So yeah, it's just on that other one. But let's look on that other one. It's supposed to be a third occurrence. Let me see. Maybe I just highlighted 2 on the first picture. Ba 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 bing ba bing. I did this one. I did this one. It's gonna be one more on here. Watch. Let's see. Maybe not. I can't wait till that food comes though. No,
yeah,
I don't.
I'm looking, but I don't see.
I don't see it either. So maybe it's 2 in there that I pulled out of the book. But it's if we look on the TLA, they got one more that I guess I didn't pull up.
And it's supposed to be on this page.
It's in the same story.
Right.
Oh, I think, and it's because it broke off at that part. It's like in one of the broke off sections.
Right.
But you can see it when we go to the TLA. Watch. So notice this one say, behold, the ruler Malki sent the letter of the ships to the Egyptians. Now this one gonna say the same thing. But watch this one. Oh no, it's one more. Well, they only got 2 from that. They got 3. 1, but they saying the same thing. This was
so that's just why I say that's why I just saying 2 then.
Yeah,
they
but
say the
hold
same
on
thing.
though. Let me see something because this ain't in the same place. This says East Wall Biography C2.
Mm-hmm.
So go down here, and this gonna say East Wall. All right, so it is the same one. So why did they put it twice? I don't know.
So maybe you got it must be another one. Oh wait,
No,
wait. Is it because there's 2 of them on the same
it's
place?
only 2 in that second text. Yeah. Oh well, no, but that sentence says the same exact thing though. Look, children of Habay, children of Habay. So
but yeah, if we look off in the text,
Wall,
it don't do that, do it?
No, that's what I'm saying. So that's why it's accounted for. Basically, everything is accounted for. It seems. And so it's 2 in that text, and they got it listed as 3. I have to figure that out.
Right.
Yeah, but that's the same East.
Maybe
Wall.
it's another text somewhere else. But we see the 2 that you can.
Well, there is another text they use Kemet with the people, but is it the Ptolemaic times? And I ain't seen that one in hella long. I ain't seen nobody pull that out. So I'm gonna do some search on that. But I'm at the 4-hour point, and I'm gonna let this video be about that long.
Right on.
Appreciate you for tapping in and everybody for the support. Let me say some thank you for some cash apps. Let me see.
Yeah, I'll catch y'all in the back.
Word up. Let's go. I'm gonna go study something. Right now, I'm
Peace.
gonna relax and get ready to watch these hoop games. Ain't some hoop games coming on? Hopefully, some hoop games is coming on. Let me see. Let me end that meeting. And I'm going to, oh yeah, I need to say thanks for the cash apps. Let me see. Because people be supporting the channel and it means a lot. You would not even know. It means a lot, yo. Where is it at though? My thing just spinning. My phone just spinning. So, oh yeah. I need to thank the last 3 cash apps, I don't know. Amani, Terrence, Julian, and Robert. Thank y'all for supporting the channel. And anybody else, you know what I mean? I'm about to go kick back. Appreciate y'all. Enjoy y'all day. Dismantle the